Hello there, welcome along to the Modus Super Series on Tuesday. Group A got underway yesterday and there is a real three-way fight at the top of the table. If you didn't catch the action, here's a reminder of what happened. Take this. Coleman waiting on a very makeable finish, a better one than the one that Osborne's faced with. It's treble 18 for a go at the bullseye. Oh, that is beautiful. May have needed to take it, and take it he did. Is he going to stay there? There is an ocean of space in that target. Double 15. That is fantastic from Connor Scott.
What a finish on Stephen Jameson.
Double 16.
Shot and the match.
Not the
Ashley
9,
Coleman.
but pretty much a perfect 10. Perfect day for Ashley Coleman on his return to the Modus Super Series. He played some really good stuff, but did have some rivalry as well. And watching all the action with me yesterday and again today was Matthew Edgar. We sat here with Ashley. He was very pleased with what he'd done, but he's certainly not home and dry yet, is he?
No, there's a long, long way to go. This is a very tough group. There's a lot of competition in there, like you said, Gert de Vos, Connor Scott, Colin Osborne, players with big CVs, but Ashley Coleman cares not for reputation, not only for what we saw on the board, but what he said up here yesterday. He's eyeing up something I've never heard anyone say before. He actually came up here and said he wants to do the 15 from 15. He wants to be the first player to do the perfect Group A. Well, he's got one of it done.
Yeah, it certainly has. And for him to say that after day one, and in a really difficult group as well, really interesting that he wants to do that. Interesting is aware of that. But the fixtures reversed today. Won't play Connor Scott until the last game. There's a chance that they could both be on huge unbeaten runs going into that.
Yeah, I think that could be a really big clash come the end of the day. And I think the fixtures have worked out quite well for Ashley Coleman here at the moment. We said yesterday he got the toughest games done at the start of the day, where today, according to the league table and the stats and what we've seen from yesterday, he's got maybe the easier games, shall we say, at the start of the day today, so he can really get into form.
Yeah, and this was the end of the day. The same game he'll have at the start of the day today, Ashley Coleman almost finished a perfect day in perfect style.
It would have been a great 9-darter, wouldn't it? And one of the things that is quite nice about Ashley Coleman is the way he plays the game, the freedom and the fluency. So when he's on song, it actually looks quite easy and quite fluent. And if he would have hit a 9-darter, I think one would have been really good on the eye. I think two would have got quite a few clicks because he's a very popular guy on social media.
Certainly is. So they will like looking at this, the Group A table after the first day's play. Ashley Coleman, top of it with the perfect 10 points and a really uniform table. Basically, everybody in that table has beaten everybody below them.
I've never seen that before, and I think it's a really, really good stat. So Jameson's only beat Ham, Gert de Vos has only beat Jameson and Ham. So it just shows that this league table at the moment is played out and it looks exactly to form. Sometimes the table can be a little bit misleading. Certainly, we kind of had that a bit of a vibe when we thought about Gert de Vos, and we thought, well, should he have got more out of the day considering the levels he played? Well, actually, when you look at the players he beat, he's ahead of the players he beat. So actually, even though he's played to a decent level, he's where he should be in regard to those head-to-head clashes.
I wonder if it will carry on like that. Maybe to help us decide whether we think it will, we can take a look at the stats. So these are the top 3 players in the group, and there is not an awful lot of difference between them.
No, none at all. And I suppose that's why I keep bringing up Gert de Vos, because he was actually a higher average than Colin Osborne. But it's not a game of averages, it's a game of match play. It's a game of moments. And everyone within that was just winning their individual moments against the players below them in the table. I think Connor Scott's going to make a bit of a move today. I think 89.58 is probably par now for him, rather than him playing to the peak of his abilities. And we've seen him play a lot higher than that recently. Certainly that Challenge Tour title he picked up in event number 13, quite regularly over the 100 average mark. We haven't seen that yet from him, so there's a lot still in the locker for Connor.
We traditionally call this moving day. Do you expect to see a few swapping places?
No, I don't. I think if anyone is, I'm going to keep bringing up Gert de Vos. I think he could make a bit of a move today. I expect to see him get more than he got yesterday. I think he probably went back and thought, how on earth have I only got 4 points? I think he'll only pick up more than 2. But I think we're going to be pretty much going into tomorrow with not too much change. I think we pretty much know the destiny, or certainly in my mind, we know the destiny of a few of the players in this group in regards to the C and B race. But who takes that top spot? I think that could be the big story of this group.
Well, let's see if there's been any movement in the market. Here are the odds for winning this group. And Connor Scott still remains favourite, a strong one as well. Odds on to win this group. Colin Osborne still shorter than Ashley Coleman. What do you make of that? They haven't gone with Coleman yet.
They've made no real change there, have they? Connor Scott was 8-11 yesterday, still the same, so they've not seen anything in there to suggest that, one, they're put off by him in any slightest, and two, that just backs up my point of that they think there's more in there for Connor Scott, and I do as well. I think that he's not shown his best yet, and I think that is still to come. Ashley Coleman, though, you got to say, we're a day into a 3-day event. He's got a couple of points lead. He's unbeaten. He's got a great start to the day. Maybe value there now at 7-2.
Well, thanks for your insights. We'll get more of them in the commentary box. But the opening match of the day is Ashley Coleman looking to carry on that perfect record. He takes on the delightfully named Ricardo Ham, and Ashley Coleman has been mustered so far in this group.
108.
Double 16.
Game shot and the match.
Not the
Ashley
9,
Coleman.
but pretty much a perfect 10.
Nick here looking to try and break the Scott throw, but again, 2 darts at the double this time, makes no mistake. But as we mentioned in the last game between Ham and Jameson, that sometimes just takes a little bit of time to settle in, to feel comfortable, to play the darts you know you're capable of.
Wow, 121.
Brilliant stuff.
Game shot of
Absolutely
first
brilliant
leg.
stuff. Had no
Ashley
need to
Coleman.
go that route, but he's found 2 trebles and a double. Both players have done that in this match,
Shot
but it is
and the
Ashley
match. Ashley Coleman.
who gets the victory.
Game shot
But
and the
Coleman
match.
claims it.
Ashley Coleman.
So here we go then. The action about to get underway. Ashley Coleman looking to carry on that perfect start. 5 out of 5 yesterday. That can become 6 out of 6 if he can repeat the result against Ricardo Ham yesterday. Won the game 4-2. Ham yet to get off the mark, and it's the worst possible start really for him, playing a man who's unbeaten, and not just unbeaten, but as Matthew Edgar said during our little studio chat there, determined to remain unbeaten, not just at the end of the day, but at the end of tomorrow as well.
Never heard that from any player coming into Group A. It's normally just, I'll see how it goes, I'll try win my games, I'll see how the week fades out. Even Connor Scott, who came into this as the odds-on favourite yesterday before the dart was thrown, was sort of playing down his chances a little bit and just playing it a little bit coy. Not Ashley Coleman. Man full of confidence. A man looking to get out there and be on the attack.
First leg, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
Can Ricardo Ham be on the attack? He never really got blown away in a game yesterday. He always picked up a minimum of 2 legs, but
60.
never really at any point looked like getting the win. His closest came with a 4-3 defeat against Steve Jameson, but in that
100.
game missed 26 darts out of double. Did look a little bit edgy yesterday. I'm sure the experience that he would have picked up
100.
yesterday and the feeling may be different for him today.
57.
Yeah, we have seen players settle as the days have passed by on debut weeks, in particular here at the Super
43.
Series. Best chance was that match against Stevie Jameson, wasn't it? You got the sense that maybe that could change a direction for either player, but it did just end up being the only win for Jameson.
60.
I mean, already I'm going to say the darts are going in better for Ricardo Ham in the start of this game. Yes, he's not finding the treble as of yet, but the grouping, the darts around the
140.
treble, yesterday was sort of spraying them around a little bit, missing by a distance. But when you've had a day like you had yesterday,
41.
where you haven't picked up a win, you
Ashley
don't get
require 104.
anything out of missing close. You don't think, oh, I'm on the wire, I'm around the area, it's going to start dropping in.
Game
And
shot
that
on the
doesn't take
first
long to
leg.
drop in for Ashley Coleman, who continues where he left off yesterday. Kicks off the day with a 104 finish and a 15
Second
darter.
leg, it's Ashley to throw first. Game on. .58.
Also, got to be noted there, break a throw at the
100.
earliest opportunity for Ashley Coleman.
.85. .134.
The throw looking better here for Ricardo Ham as well. I said yesterday in the early part there was quite a lot of lift in the throw, quite a lot of shoulder.
97.
Just a sign of nerves, not allowing the dart to go on the journey. This propelled a lot more. Throwing out towards
60.
the board. Everything more positive for Ham today.
.140.
Almost fills it up for the first time today.
47. Ashley require
121 to follow the 104 would be nice. Treble 17, not going to happen. So Ham will get a look at the 160.
Ricardo, you require 160.
Actually threatened it towards the end of yesterday, but
24.
doesn't
Ashley, you require
do anything
64.
like that in that attempt. And it's tops for Coleman for 2-zip.
Game shot
But
on
he's
a second
carrying on where he
leg.
left
Ashley
off.
Coleman.
But the worry for Ham is so is he.
Third leg, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
When you come up for your first game of the day, you just want it to be comfortable. You just want to
58.
put things on the board nice and early. And the fact that's 2 from 2 now for Ashley Coleman, and on the back of combination finishes. That's just
45.
positive, building positive.
$121.
And that's a little bit more positive. Reminder, the second game is a potentially significant one.
60.
Colin Osborne against Connor Scutt. Because if Coleman wins this, which he looks like doing, then he's going to be 4 points clear of Scutt, 6 points clear of Osborne.
30.
Scutt will be wanting to cling to the coattails, but a defeat for Osborne in that game gives him a bit of a mountain to climb if he is going to try and top this group. And there is the first maximum of the day.
We didn't have to wait long, just the
60.
third leg of the day before Ashley Coleman fires in his 4th maximum of his campaign. Make that 5.
182.
He's getting stronger as the campaign goes. I mean, he's getting stronger the more time he's been here at the Super Series.
55.
First time he's here, it's a little bit
36.
sort of inconsistent, a bit in and out of form.
Game
Well,
shot
this
on
is
the
brilliant.
third leg.
And Ricardo
Ashley
Ham
Coleman.
is getting a front seat view. It's actually the
Fourth leg. It's Ashley to throw
second
first.
time
Game on.
in as many matches that Coleman's hit back-to-back 180s against Ricardo Ham.
82.
Just looks so assured of himself now, doesn't he, Coleman? You can really see him sort of growing and blossoming as a player.
60. $91.
He talked about the experience he's gaining here that will put him in good stead moving forward. But what also that will do is,
43.
with him playing so well here and beating the calibre of player he is, it's also going to help build his reputation. And sometimes,
98.
in some arenas, in some games, we've seen darts matches won on reputation.
58.
But this one might be one with brilliance here because Coleman over 100 points clear, plus what's in his hand.
80.
Finding a treble with every visit.
And averaging 30 points more than Ricardo Ham in this game.
60. Ashley's last score was 80.
Slight correction on the score. Leaves Ashley Coleman
Ashley
in
require
150.
150.
Don't think he'll fancy being flashy.
He fancies being flashy, but not with
60.
a moment of brilliance like that. It's more with a moment of brilliance on the scoreboard. He wants to be flashy with 30 points from 30.
140.
Yeah, he's certainly been businesslike.
require
He's got
90.
a target, and at the moment, he is on course to meet that target. And he hits that
Shot
target
and
as
the
well.
match, Ashley Coleman.
A fantastic start from Coleman, who crushes Ricardo Ham in this opening match. The first whitewash win of the week comes in the first match of Tuesday, and the man who won all of his games on Monday, he's at it again. That is now 6 of the best for Ashley Coleman, who wins 4-0 in hammering Ham. And coming next, Colin Osborne takes on Connor Scutt. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Ashley Coleman has carried on where he left off yesterday. A really strong performance in demolishing Ricardo Ham 4-0 in the opener. And now the chasing pack are about to commence their chasing. Colin Osborne and Connor Scutt, the players in Ps 3 and 2. And if Osborne wins this game, he'll join Scutt on 8 points. The pair would be 4 adrift of Coleman, who the bookies might have to start taking note of pretty soon. They still fancy both of these players to finish above him in the table, but a defeat for the 49-year-old Middlesbrough man will leave him 6 points adrift of the top, and that is exactly what happened in his meeting with Connor Scutt yesterday. In fact, he was beaten 4-1 by the sniper when they met in the penultimate game of yesterday. Can the Wizard find the old magic in this one, or will Scutt be a cut above once again? We'll find out over a possible 7 legs with myself and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, really intriguing clash of darts here, and probably not ideal for either player in regards
First
to
leg, it's Colin to
taking
throw
each other on
first.
this early.
Game on.
But what's really interesting for me here is Connor Scutt has the opportunity to tell us his career best achievement. And he chose the British Pentathlon, which he
140.
won not too long ago. Now, it's a marathon of a day, isn't it, the Pentathlon, playing all sorts of different formats. Within that event, he had the leg of darts where he hit the
100.
3 maximums. And when you look at the Roll of Honour, I mean, we've got Neil Duff was one of the most recent winners. He in our Champions Week.
85.
Martin Adams won it majority of the time. Richie Burnett, Phil Taylor, Eric Bristow, John Lowe, Dennis Priestley. So you can see why that is one of the titles Connor's picked, but
131.
he's got quite a lot to pick from recently. He's got a WWF Gold ranked event, a PDC Challenge Tour title. Quite a lot to his name in
60.
such a short amount of time.
Yeah, one of those players who many have tipped for great success. And you can see why.
100.
Well, you can also see why maybe he picked that pentathlon and how much it meant to him, because he was actually playing on the PDC Pro Tour. So he went to Devon,
95.
which was about a
Johnny
4-hour
Uruguay,
drive to play the
170.
pentathlon, and then took a 6-hour drive to play the Pro Tour. He didn't even stay for the England Open. He went,
60.
so he literally
Johnny
took a
Uruguay,
10-hour trip
121.
just to play that one day at the pentathlon.
$57. Conor, you require 110.
110, the target here. Treble 17 would have left him tops. Instead,
54.
it's Osborne
Conor,
looking
you
at
require
64 for the
64.
opening leg.
$24. Conor, you require 56.
Same target for Connor Scott. Double 10.
46.
It wasn't really working too well for
Conor,
him
you
yesterday. Connor,
require
the tops
40.
and 10s just come in inside on the tops.
Game shot on the
No
first
problem
leg.
for Colin Osborne. We saw how it could become a problem for Colin Osborne yesterday with tops. That flat lying dart, if it sits on the
Second
top wire,
leg,
can
it's
just
Conor
be
to
a little
throw
bit
first.
tricky.
Game on.
No fuss there for the Wizard. It's been a week of Wizards here actually on the Super Series YouTube channel, hasn't it? We've
140.
also got the Wizard on the Oki. Simon Whitlock alongside Mason Whitlock on our new feature.
Yeah, the Wizard and the Apprentice available now.
60.
Some afternoon watching when you finish watching the live arrows here. Big game for this Wizard, though. We were talking during yesterday's
54.
action and at the start of the show today about potentially this sort of 50-50 split in the table. But if Colin Osborne loses this game, we could actually see sort of 3 different mini battles for 2
85.
players. Scott and Coleman going for the title, Osborne and DeVos going for a Group B spot, and then Jameson and Ham battling it out for the wooden spoon.
80.
And Colin's next game is against Gert DeVos, so he would like to have a bit of breathing space before that, because he could actually very quickly find himself falling
55.
behind him.
$97.
When you look ahead to the groups, though, you look at if a player like Gert DeVos was to drop into a Group C, and with the fact that we expect him to get better as the week goes, because he's not had a lot of top-level competitive darts as of
81.
late, you feel
Conor, you require
that
130.
maybe Gert DeVos' best route to Saturday night.
Yeah, 2 debutants in Group C, Carl Coleman and Tom Cromwell, and then Stuart Kellett returning.
65.
Group B later this week features much more well-known names, in fact some of the best-known names: Fallon Sherrock, Tony O'Shea and Ron Muhlenkamp.
$100. Conor, you require 65.
This for parity. Double 16.
Game
Nicely
shot on the
done.
second leg.
He went
Conor
his way.
Scott.
And it worked.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. 140. $140. $36.
This game was a comfortable victory yesterday when the pair met in the last fixture of Monday. Connor Scott taking that by 4 legs to 1 in what would be a very
97.
underperforming Colin Osborne in that final game. Colin averaging just 75.07, already significantly better than that in this one.
85.
And Connor Scott would have been expecting some sort of backlash here, you feel, from Colin Osborne, who knows just how well and how dangerous Connor is playing at the moment.
140.
Yeah, it does mean, of course, that Connor comes into this game on a 4-match winning streak, having lost his opener to Ashley Coleman, but tasting victory in all of his subsequent games yesterday. So we've got 2 players on long winning streaks. If Scott wins this, he moves to 5. Coleman's already on 6. And they don't meet each other till the last game of the day. So potentially one will be on an 8-match winning streak and one will be on a 9-match winning streak going into that game.
124.
The ball.
99. Colin, you require 105.
Just the one treble for Colin, required to give him a shot at the double. He's got choices.
57.
It's interesting on
Colin,
that
you
sort of shot
require
because
25.
treble 19 is more thrown at in terms of the treble hitting, but tops is his preferred target.
9. Colin,
was
you
a
require
chance
48.
For Scott there to get a break.
Game shot on the third leg. Colin Osborne.
And that chance has gone. Osborne leads. He's already better off than he
Fourth
was
leg. It's Connor
at
to
the
throw
end of this
first.
game yesterday.
Game on. 100. $96.
Just watching Connor Scott there at the back of the stage, and something he wasn't quite doing yesterday is just sort of moving the arm a
60.
little bit more, just those sort of fake throws. So from Cam Crabtree, who literally sort of sets himself up as if he's going to throw the darts, but Connor just sort of moving the arm. We see him again there in the background. Just
43.
he wasn't doing that yesterday. Is that a sign that maybe he's feeling a little bit stiffer this morning, maybe? Not feeling as fluent. If that's the case, then you tend to find the dots
91.
just start to drop a little bit low.
And it might be a slight worry if that is the case after one day's play, when he could be in for the long haul
60.
this week. Reminder coming next. Gert DeVos against Stephen
44.
Jameson. And we've got a few Jocker fans in the chat room.
98.
We're just going to that point of potentially a bit of stiffness there for Connor, as once again sways his arms around in the background. The one game he did lose yesterday was game number 1.
138.
It is a very sort of early morning start here, and maybe just struggling with the first fixture.
There may not be a morning person.
60. Connor, you require 68.
But could be going level. And will be if he finds double 16.
36.
Not quite. Osborne
Colin, you
gets
require 144.
an opportunity. Big outside shot, but a shot all the same.
$96.
1 from 7 on the doubles
Colin,
at
you
the moment,
require
Connor Scott,
32.
but he's got a handful here to level up the game.
Game
Just
shot on
thought
the
that one
fourth
could have been
leg.
really
Connor
handy.
Scott.
Dart right on the wire, just stood up to attention. Perfect for Connor Scott.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Just looks really unsettled at the minute,
60.
Connor. However, Colin Osborne not finding the required level to take advantage. And the longer you keep a player like Connor Scott in a game, the higher the risk that he's going to start to
97.
find that form that he's been using for the last couple of months.
$100.
I think in a way both players could have done without this being their first match. Chance to ease their way into the day in a similar way that Ashley Coleman did would have
60.
been preferred.
When we've got that conversation regarding the top players without a tour card, you've got to have Connor Scott in that conversation,
100.
surely. Certainly in that sort of top 5 conversation.
Yeah, well, I think this is the best place to judge them, isn't it?
57.
Recently saw, well, just last week, Wesley Plazier, Cam Crabtree and Andy Bolton all playing here, having all reached at least the semi-finals in Players' Championship events
60.
without tour cards, showing they can mix it. Plazier, back-to-back finals, amazingly.
Well, what's interesting is they're 3 players who you're having that conversation on a regular basis.
100.
And you also have Andreas Harrison in, and none of them are in Champions Week.
Yeah, great point. And then there are other players where it's difficult to judge. So, for example, Neil Duff, who is in Champions Week, we don't see him pit himself in the
85.
PDC. So we don't really get that straight settlement. Doesn't play on the Challenge Tour, doesn't get the chance then to go on the Pro Tour and prove
58.
anything. And from speaking
Colin,
to
you
him
require
here at the Super Series, he's got
96.
no intention of going to Q School either. Can't rescue it, so Scott's going to get a chance. 129.
52. Connor, you require 129.
The target was treble 16 there. Some players would have gone
97.
double-double with their opponent
Colin, you require
on a shot like
54.
this.
Well, a couple of
24.
opportunities have
Colin, you
come and gone for
require
Colin
32.
Osborne, and Connor Scott could step in and take the opportunity. This, a big dart for a breaker throw, and that is a
It's on
big
a
hit.
fifth
He had to
leg,
come
Connor
around the
Scott.
dart that was in the way. The blocker found the target. It's not been vintage Connor Scott, but he's now got his head in front.
Sixth
He's a
leg,
leg
it's
away
Colin
from
to
the
throw
victory, and
first.
Colin Osborne
Game on.
knows that this is an opportunity that is passing him by to get a big win against the favourite.
60.
Please do get involved with the conversation we was just having there regards to the best player without a tour card. It'd be interesting to get your views. Let us know in the YouTube chat.
125.
I'm expecting to see people like Scott Taylor, Andreas Harrison, Cam Crabtree, Andy Bolton, Wesley Plazier, Darryl Pilgrim, all to be
41.
mentioned. All of which, as we mentioned, not one of them in our Champions Week as of yet.
Yeah, the players that are through.
100.
Tom Sykes, Jim Long, Richard Rowlands, Jimmy Vansky, Neil Duff, Paul Hogan, Adam Paxton. Can actually confirm that Neil Duff is
80.
guaranteed to be in Group A on Champions Week as well. He's the top performing player so far. Very little between all of the 7 that have made it through, in fact. Just
125.
4 points between Duff and Hogan, but just 2 points between all of the other 6 in terms of the averages, which is how you decide which group they're in. Interestingly,
44.
Andreas
Colin, you
Harrison had a
require
95 average for his week,
151.
as did Wesley Plazier, who didn't even reach the final.
$42.
It just goes to show the underperformance so far from Connor Scott. 12 darts thrown with the darts and 170 or so points behind, but
108.
eradicates those very, very quickly.
Colin, you require 109.
Turns in one visit. He's on a 2-darter. Osborne's going to have to use all 3. And that one took a
89.
nosedive.
Connor, you require
Maybe
96.
the pressure of the maximum weighing down on Osborne there. 2 darts at double 18 becomes 1 at double 9.
Game shot.
And Connor
and the
Scott
match.
wins it
Connor
in
Scott.
style. A last leg that he didn't seem to be in, he suddenly turned around in 2 visits. A 180 followed by a 96 checkout that sees Scott see off Colin Osborne for the 2nd successive day, and in doing so pull 4 points clear of him and just 2 behind the league leader Ashley Coleman as he takes his own unbeaten run to 5 matches. Coming next, Gert de Vos takes on Stephen Jameson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Stevie Jameson is looking for his 2nd victory, having got one yesterday, but it'll be a tough task against Gert de Vos, the Belgian, who managed to, like everybody else, beat the players below him in the group, and that has continued today with Ashley Coleman getting the better of bottom place Ricardo Ham and 2nd place Connor Scott beating 3rd placed Colin Osborne, which will just offer a little bit of extra motivation for this man. The 42-year-old Belgian, former World Darts Trophy winner, could actually move above Osborne if he gets the right result by the right margin in this game against Stephen Jocker Jameson of Newcastle, qualifier from the northeast in the amateur darts circuit system, who did go down 4-2 in this fixture towards the end of yesterday. What is Stephen Jameson looking for today? Unlikely that he's going to be challenging at the top end of the table, but just in terms of performance, what will he be looking for?
That's all he'll want, performance. He'll just want to play how he knows he can, play how he did when he qualified, and
140.
that's the key thing to remember here. He is a qualifier. He has earned his place. He has won his place here at the Super Series. which means he would have come through
140.
big field of players. And, I mean, already that looking a lot better, not just because of where the darts landed, but the rhythm and the flow which he
57.
played yesterday looked very jittery, very nervy. Did sort of settle down a little bit after he got that win.
39.
I mean, didn't get down to too many finishes, but when he did, he was very, very good. He only had 8 darts at a double, but hit 5 of them
140.
in his last 3 games. That after the game he got the victory over Ricardo Ham. So maybe put players on a little bit of
39.
notice.
Gert, you
Give him
require
a chance and it goes.
164.
But this, Gert de Vos, a player who will undoubtedly
41.
feel a little bit hard done by with just the 4-point return yesterday.
Let's see if he can change that today.
45. Gert, you require 123.
Only beating the 2 ADC qualifiers, Jameson and Ham. But that's lovely.
Shot on the
A
first
brilliant
leg.
start.
Gert de
As easy as
Vos.
1, 2, 3 for Gert de Vos, who takes a lead in style with that
Second
ton-topping
leg.
finish
It's Steven to throw
for a
first.
15 dart holder
Game on.
throw.
$58.
Got to be said, I'm a big fan of the attire today of
140.
Stephen Jameson. The stars are coming out tonight on that one.
95. $100.
Still, you mentioned it yesterday, drew mine and I'm sure the viewers' eyes to it,
65.
that unorthodox action of Stephen Jameson. Really does sort of roll the arm.
100.
Yeah, it's at that deep set position when he draws the arm back. Instead of propelling and coming through, he continues the movement but with the wrist, which just brings in another moving part. And with that, angles the dart over towards the 5s. That was what we highlighted yesterday. Watch for the leftwards drifts in regards to the Stephen Jameson
97.
throw.
Stephen, you require
The maximum visit there has
112.
put him in contention for this leg. Oh, the double's going to be as good as there was at the back end of yesterday.
92.
Fine effort.
Gert, you require
Clips the
64.
wire. But Gert de Vos has got 2 darts at the target himself. Ideal marker.
Game
uses
shot on
it
a
well.
second leg. Gert
Doubles
de
his
Vos.
lead and breaks the throw.
Yeah, that will hurt Jameson, you would think. Sometimes
Third
when
leg,
you
it's Gert to throw
play
first.
well and you get an
on.
opportunity, it almost hurts a little bit more than when you're not really at it. He hit that 171, missed top to the 112, and DeVos
140.
just brushed it aside and took the leg.
He's looking so good as well here, Gert de Vos. Halfway to victory, averaging
100.
103.82. Jameson in the mid-80s, which is the best by
77.
far that we've seen from him so far. His best game came in game number 5 yesterday. But from game number 2 yesterday,
97.
Jameson statistically got better game on game. And he could be doing the same here. Meaning for the last 5 games he's been improving.
40. $140.
Yeah, he looks pretty solid in this one. After 2.5 legs, he's got an average of around 90. Problem is, DeVos
140.
has got an average
Stephen,
of
you
around
require
100.
164. $40. Gert, you
He's
require
playing that well that you start to
104.
fancy him to take out finishes like this. The single, these tops,
64.
gave it a go.
Stephen, you require 124.
And you feel when DeVos is in this sort of form, Jameson's chances are going to be shots like this. He had a dart at the 112. Is it a dart at the
90.
1-2-4?
Gert, you require
You
40.
feel that's all he's going to be getting here. The way that Gert de Vos is hitting the board at the moment.
Shot on a third leg.
He's a leg
Gert
away
de
from
Vos.
victory in just 5 minutes 21 seconds.
Well,
Fourth leg. It's Stephen to throw
it's
first.
my least favourite
Game on.
part of the day now, where I have to give credit to Matthew Edgar alongside me. Because at the start of the show, when I asked him about anybody moving in this table, he did
95.
say Gert de Vos was a man to watch.
He was just playing too well to not pick up more points today or not to look dangerous
100.
today. When you look at what he did yesterday, it was a good performance, but lost those match play moments. Now, we know Gert de Vos hasn't been playing regularly at the moment in regards
60.
to top flight darts, so I'm not surprised to see that little bit of match play just not there on day number 1, but so as the week goes on, I think he's going to get stronger
100.
and stronger, and he's a player to keep an eye on this week. We highlighted him yesterday as a 20-1 outsider potentially for the week. And he's representing some good value at the
140.
moment.
And if he does it in this leg, he will actually move into the top 3. Will be
100.
ahead of Colin Osborne on leg difference, ahead of their match in the next round of fixtures.
56.
Encouraging signs here, though, for Stephen Jameson moving forward for the day. He's just ran into one here, but should he continue to play in this vein of form, you feel he's going to get opportunities. The problem is,
Stephen, you
Gert de
require
Vos is in no mood
150.
to give anybody any opportunities or chances here.
Gets a chance, so carves out a chance. But again, as
132.
Matthew mentioned, it's
Gert, you
at the end
require
of a big
24.
combination finish. And
Game
it's
shot
Gert
and
de
the
Vos
match.
in that
Gert de
one.
Vos.
A fantastic 4-0 win. As Foxy mauls Stephen Jameson, who played decent darts himself, and he is fully aware that he just ran into one there. An average of 9 on 102. It started with that sublime 1-2-3 checkout, and it carried on in that fashion. 3 attempts at the end of combos for Jameson, all of them missed, and de Vos wins by 4 legs to 0. Coming next then, Connor Scott looking to double up on wins today and increase his winning streak to 6 matches, and he takes on the so far pointless Ricardo Ham. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Connor Scott is looking to carry on an unbeaten run. It stretches back to his second game yesterday. Second game today is against Ricardo Ham, who is looking to end the opposite streak. Hasn't won a game yet on his maiden voyage to the Modus Super Series. And it doesn't get any easier for him. First match was against top of the table Ashley Coleman, who had won all of his games so far. And his next one is against Connor Scott, who has won every game since that first defeat to Coleman yesterday.
First leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Hasn't been a long time off the stage for Connor Scott, has it, since that first performance against Colin Osborne, of which it was not quite the Connor Scott was expecting, not quite the Connor Scott that's the favourite to win
58.
this group. And although it's still the same sort of setup here for Connor, he has changed the back end of the darts. Maybe just thought the flights needed
45.
a bit of a refreshing. He was playing with like an orangey red sort of colour before, and sometimes all that is just changing the colour so it
100.
looks and feels different on the eye. Now switch to this sort of purpley colour.
139.
They do look a very slightly different shape as well, but they're still
53.
the trifins rather than the traditional 4 prongs.
And that seems to be something
90.
quite new, doesn't it? The sort of 3-finned flights. I've seen a change in material used by a lot of players with
100.
fly, but now getting
Connor,
rid
you
of one of the
require
fins, it does seem to be
106.
pretty recent that we've seen that used.
It makes absolute perfect sense as well. If you can throw the darts without compromising performance, but you can take one of the prongs. I mean, ideally, you'd like to play
54.
without flights in general, because what an advantage that would be. The smaller the flight, the better, because it would just open up the bed. There'll be less of a block. You'll be able to
45.
see the
Connor,
target
you require
at all
52.
times.
2 8s.
Game shot on the
And
first
Scott.
leg. Connor Scott.
Gets the opening leg against Ham.
I know some people can do
Second
that, can't
leg,
they? It's
it's
a bit of an
Ricardo to throw
exhibition shot.
first.
And
Game on.
Steve West is someone who can pretty much throw anything: nails, bookies, pens, darts without flights. I believe there's a video on the
100.
YouTube channel at the moment between Mike Warburton and Steve West, where they play each other with nails.
93.
Yeah, one of the most watched videos is that. Do check it out. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel as well if you are watching us and enjoying it. Subscribe, give us a
100.
thumbs up. And also, if you've got any questions, type them in the chat. Myself and Matthew Edgar will do our very best to answer anything. We do like to involve you as part of the show.
98.
Just so you get the full memo, because we did have to clarify this yesterday, we can't stop the game and ask the players any questions.
And if you are wondering where all the
44.
expected ham puns are, unfortunately we exhausted all of them, I think, yesterday, so they will be few and far between
140.
today.
$81. Connor, you require 170. $96.
Far better this, isn't it, from Connor Scott than what we saw in game number 1.
136.
He's going to be having
Connor,
a bit
you
of a
require
test here.
74.
Ricardo Ham leaving himself on tops after 15. Connor Scott gets 2 darts here to break the throw. He
Game shot
only
on the
needs the
second
1.
leg. Connor Scott.
He is in the flow. He is in the rhythm. And maybe that is just something we have to
Third
look
leg,
at
it's
into
Connor to
tomorrow.
throw
Is
first.
fixture number 1
Game on.
potentially the bogey for Connor Scott? Because he did this yesterday. Started slow, lost game number 1, then he averaged 98. He's running here.
95.
around about the 96.5.
That's the kind of finish as well that just drains all the enthusiasm out of your opponent,
93.
isn't it? He's putting a great setup shot there, Ricardo, of 136 to leave himself on tops, but only had to stand back and watch Connor Scott throw 2 darts to get rid of the 74.
56.
Well, to add context to that draining sort of nature, not only is it draining because of that leg, he's not won a game yet, he's played 6, and also he's played 6
58.
legs today, and yet to get a dart at a double, despite having an improved level of performance. He'll be feeling like it doesn't matter what he does, it's not going to be good enough.
98. 100.
Coleman, Jameson next. Ashley Coleman, remember, has won 6 from 6.
57.
Connor Scott looking to make it 6 from 7 here. In fact, on course to temporarily replace Coleman at the top of the table.
28.
We'd expect Coleman to get through that one without any disrespect to his opponent at all, although he was a lot better despite that 4-0 defeat to Gert DeVos. But then it will start to get tricky, won't it? Because he'll have DeVos and Osborne and Scott still to play.
Well, he's going to have to beat them not just once, twice if he's to achieve what he has set out to do.
Similar feeling to the last leg this. Ham's left himself on something. Connor Scott said, "You're not getting a go, mate."
Connor Scott
follows up the 74 with 107.
Fourth flag, it's Ricardo to throw first.
We didn't see any whitewash wins yesterday. We might be seeing 3 from the first 4 matches today.
45.
This more like the form that Connor Scott was showing when he picked up Challenge Tour 13, a title that's got him back into the Pro Tour mix
60.
in regards to invitations when the full quota of 128 players is not available. He's making the most of those as well. A quarter-final recently.
60.
But what a performance it was from Connor Scott when he did pick up that title. Sort of from the last 16 stage, really found a different level. 104.88 with a 5-2 victory over Charlie Simmons. He beat Sebastian Bieletsky with 100.81. Quarterfinals beat a former weekly winner here in Bradley Brooks with an average of 109 in a quarterfinal stage. 109.93. Beat Richie Bennett with 100, and then a 5-0 whitewash of Dravutin Horvat in the final.
$41.
Could be looking at a whitewash victory here.
$60. 52.
Yeah, 4-0 for Coleman against Ham earlier on. This is a disastrous start
100.
for Ricardo. Scott beat Osborne 4-2. Then DeVos got a 4-0 win against Jameson. Coleman plays him next. He'll be hoping to avoid the same fate. Well, Ham's left 82 for the second successive leg. Oh, this would really hurt.
120.
I think he was
Ricardo,
bracing himself for the pain
82.
there, Ricardo Ham, but he might be able to relieve some of it here.
First starter double he's going to have today,
Gage
and he
on
pops
the
it straight in the
flag,
middle.
Ricardo Ham.
Gives Connor Scott a taste of his own medicine with the combination finish.
Fifth flag, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
It was probably the weakness yesterday, wasn't it, for Ricardo Ham? That certainly cost him his best opportunity of a win yesterday
57.
when he took on Steve Jameson. Missing 26 darts out of double.
137.
Really starting to warm to the task here. Connor Scott will just be wanting to get the job done and get the game over before Ricardo Ham gets too much encouragement, and that will put him a good step forward.
100.
Scott's had enough. 180 number one. Comes in what he hopes will be the last leg of the game. Already missed the dart to win it 4-0.
40.
At the end of a 1-5-2 combo.
164.
And his finishes have been getting bigger and bigger as the game's gone on.
96. $45. Connor, you require.
The thing is, he didn't have to stay there, did he? Double 16 for Scott to get it done. Second match start, he's missed at that target. And a third.
52.
But Ham, having been stubborn, cannot finish.
127. Connor, you require 16. Game shot.
And the run continues for Connor Scott. That is now 6 games in a row that Connor Scott has tasted victory. And he's all setting up for a big few clashes towards the back end of the day. Connor Scott temporarily moves to the top of the table, courtesy of the average just shy of a 90 and a 4-1 win over Ricardo Ham. Ashley Coleman will want his position back in top place when he takes on Stephen Jameson in our next game.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Liveline.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece Robinson.
The moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash. Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a break of throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive break of throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
On we go then, and on he goes. Ashley Coleman looking to carry on a perfect run against that man, Stephen Jameson. Coleman has won every single one of his 6 games so far on week 8 of Series 8 here at the Modus Super Series, and is intending to remain unbeaten for the entirety of Group A, something that's never happened. This game, based on what we've seen up to now, should be kind of par for the course for Coleman. Expected to win this one, but then his more challenging clashes will follow. Having said that, and it might seem ridiculous to say Matthew Edgar, but there were signs that Stephen Jameson might have a better day today, despite the fact he lost his opening match 4-0.
I 100% agree, and this has got two stories and two dynamics for me. One is Ashley Coleman. Can he continue to move towards his target and his goal of being the first player to get that
22.
record? To win all 15. But can Stephen Jameson continue the form and the improvement in the levels that we
60.
saw in the opening game, where he averaged nearly 90? Now, yesterday, he never even got into the 80s in any of his games, so a significant improvement in regards to the performance line. But when I take a look at the odds compilers,
140.
they're not entertaining the idea of Stephen Jameson's improved levels being too much of a rival. This morning, Ashley Coleman was training at 1 to 10,
125.
and at the start of this game, Ashley Coleman is trading at 1 to 10.
If you do like to have a flutter on the Modus Super
100.
Series, please always gamble responsibly. It is 18 plus, begamblerware.org.
80. 41.
Keep your questions coming in the chat. We'll try and answer anything. For those of you watching on YouTube, Victor says, will Osborne win?
64.
Sure you will at some point, Victor. Maybe be a bit more specific. I think he means probably his next game against Gert de Vos, and that's
58.
less easy to call, isn't it? In fact, based on what we saw in the first couple of games, then you'd expect de Vos maybe to win that one.
100. Ashley, you require 140.
To answer a lot of the questions, I think we're going to have to learn Dutch.
100. Stephen, you require 72. $48.
Couple of darts
Ashley, you
there for
require
Steve
40.
Jameson to get a breaker throw on Ashley Coleman. You won't get any more though.
On the first leg.
And that's what he's
Ashley
had today,
Coleman.
Steve Jameson. A couple of combination shots, and going to the questions that you mentioned. James asks,
Second leg.
do
It's
you think if
Stevens
Ashley
to
Coleman
throw
ends
first?
up getting through to
Game on.
finals night, it will boost his confidence and momentum in regards to the Challenge Tour? Absolutely.
55.
When anyone tastes success here on the Super Series stage, they tend to go off to events such as the Challenge Tour with a confidence, with a belief that they can
57.
compete on that level to the highest level, because we tend to have the top players from those various tours, whatever tours they are, whether they're the ADC, the WDF,
57.
the Challenge Tour, the Development Tour. We put them all into one room and say, get at it. So when you're finding success here, it often translates to success in other arenas as well. And not only that, but the players that are on those tours will watch, just like they did last week when Adam Paxton was a surprise debutant winner here at the Super Series. All of a sudden, he becomes a player that people become wary of.
108.
And Ashley Coleman will do that if he is successful here at the Super Series in the style he plans to be.
And that's back-to-back 180s in back-to-back matches. In fact, in his last
83.
3 matches now, Ashley Coleman has hit
84.
back-to-back 180s. Because he did at the end of yesterday for that 10-darter to finish.
Game shot on a
That
second
one
leg.
is
Ashley
a
Coleman.
12-darter. He doubles his lead. He's looking good. Just to go back to your point as well, just
Third
glancing
leg. It's
through
Ashley
all
to
of the
throw
winners
first.
on
Game
the Challenge Tour this year, and all of them have played at the Super Series at some point. Every single
100.
one. And some of them just kind of highlight your point. Justin Hood, for example, is the one that really sort of jumps out for me. Won last month
94.
with his best success before that coming on this very stage.
60.
Lee Cox, another regular here at the Super Series, who won his first Challenge Tour event recently. In fact, beat Wesley Pazia 5-0 in the final to do it.
85.
You asked for some questions, and we've got a few here. Andrew, who do you think is going to win this week? Matthew, I mean,
100.
Ashley Coleman's looking a threat. I think Gert de Vos is the value, but you can't look too much further away than Connor Scott at the moment. I think he's one of the best
100.
players on the planet of darts without a tour card. Pim asks when I'm going to be playing on the Super Series again.
57.
That is hopefully going to be in the very next series. And Ryan Brown, which has been a
58.
supported comment, asks, are we going to see a doubles tournament?
Well, news on
60.
next year's
Stephen, you require
schedule will
164.
be in due course. There will be specials weeks again. I can assure the viewers of that, but we will
64.
announce
Ashley, you
each one
require
of them
124.
at the right time. This will be the right time
39.
for Stephen Jameson to get
Stephen, you
himself into this
require
game.
100. Gave shot on a third leg. Stephen
He's been
Jameson.
knocking on the door of those all day, hasn't he? He's been needing to take the combination finishes, but this one a big
Fourth
one because
flag.
he's got
It's
him a
Stephen
breaker
to the
throw.
reversed.
And
Game on.
just again confirms that improved level we're seeing today from Steve Jameson.
46.
Going back to that point about specials weeks, we don't have a doubles tournament as in pairs this year, but we do have another double
81.
trouble tournament, double start. Neil Duff will get the chance to defend his title. That's at the end of this series. Then at the end of this year, so the following series will be
100.
followed by the ADC Global Championship. An opportunity for the amateur darts players to have their own end of season finale.
55.
Played in a Super Series style for 2 weeks, and then the quarters, semis and final all on one day, the last Sunday before a little 2-week break for the
55.
Christmas period. That'll be a 2-week tournament held here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. All of the details of how to qualify are
60.
available via the ADC website.
$85. $97.
And it'll be players like the likes of Stephen Jameson who will be bidding to get there. We have seen plenty of players come through that ADC system and make
74.
themselves regulars at the Super Series by virtue of how good their performances have been. One of them in particular through to Champions Week again, Tom Sykes.
108.
That's well timed though from Coleman.
Stephen, you require
Looked like he was about to be
141.
hauled back to 2-2, but the 180 gives him the chance to open up
65.
a two-leg lead once
Ashley
more.
required
Yeah, he was
28.
really starting to lose his grip on this game, Ashley Coleman.
Gave
He's
shot
got
on a
that
fourth
two-leg
leg.
lead, he's got that
Ashley
breaker
Coleman.
throw back, and now a leg away from the perfect start to the day, the perfect
Fifth
start to
leg.
the
It's
entire
Ashley to the
campaign.
reversed.
And
Game on.
roughly would be around about that halfway point to that goal. I love that goal.
80.
We see people come here and they've always played down the possibility. Certainly going into the last day, they played down the possibility of making that historic run to be the first player onto the
100.
15. But I love the fact that now it's starting to become in players' considerations.
60.
He's looking pretty sort of fresh, isn't he, as well? You mentioned someone's made the point not looking fatigued. We saw the sort of stiffness that you referred to from Connor Scott in the
80.
opening match. Other players, maybe some of the experiences weighing heavy on them because he's got no scar tissue yet. It really seems to be enjoying himself, and
135.
that could be key. There are a lot of players, I think, because he mentioned that yesterday. He knew that nobody else had ever done that 15 out of 15. I think there are a lot of players that just would not have a
100.
clue that that was the case. Obviously watches the Super Series when he's not playing in it.
134.
Well, he's 92 points away from being 7 from 7.
41. Ashley
He's pointed us in
required
the direction
92.
of the story and the destiny in which he's trying to fulfill.
52.
Your eyes move towards tops to see if he can get it 7 from 7. What will Steve Jameson be able to leave in regards to a response? It's
55.
another one of those ton
Ashley, you require
combinations.
40. Just
had a half look at the
Stephen,
score
you
of his
require
opponent there,
125.
making sure that it was the best thing to do to go for that.
$77. Ashley, you require 10. Game shot.
And he goes for it,
Ashley
and he gets
Coleman.
it, and he carries on this brilliant winning streak. 7 from 7 now for Ashley Coleman. And the Prince of Darkness disappears into the darkness, but the Group A campaign is looking bright. A 4-1 win for Coleman in his second game of the day. He will have to contend now with the players more immediately below him in the table in Connor Scott, Gert de Vos and Colin Osborne in his remaining matches today, but he remains unbeaten, and Osborne and de Vos will be on your screen next.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the mat. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Colin Osborne is on the hockey and trying to put right the wrongs of his opening game today when he lost 4-2 to Connor Scott. And he's going to have his hands full with this man. Gert de Vos was excellent in his first game. A 4-0 flawless victory against Stephen Jameson when he averaged 101.9. Took out a 1-2-3 checkout in the first leg. Never looked back. 4 out of 6 on the doubles for de Vos in that one. And really now is showcasing himself as a potential climber in this table, having only won 2 games yesterday.
First leg, it's
all
Colin
day.
to throw first.
He could win his first 2
Game
today
on.
if he repeats that kind of performance.
You'd mentioned earlier on, didn't you, how the group could sort of break into little mini battles in regards to the positions, and this was the one you highlighted as potential a Group B
140.
battle between the two. There has been a bit of a market move as well on Gert de Vos due to the fact of that great performance in game number 1. Maybe even the move coming due to question marks that may be appearing over to Colin Osborne, because he ended yesterday with a 4-1 defeat, averaging just 75, and again was in the 70s for his opening fixture today. So back-to-back below par performances from the Wizard.
Almost managed to conjure up something there, but a dart ends up on the floor, just opening the door for de Vos in this opening leg.
95. Colin, you require 146.
But still 2 visits for Osborne to make this disappear.
84.
You feel that he maybe needed that treble. De Vos didn't need that one, but that rectifies the situation for him. So 62 Osborne, 78 de Vos. Osborne bidding first.
60. Gert, you require 78.
Misses the opportunity. Oh, it's a good guide. Almost
53.
saved it.
Colin, you require 2. Game shot on
the
the
one place he
first
could go
leg.
really
Colin
there.
Osborne.
He goes straight in. Gert de Vos ruining what
Second
could have been
leg,
a break
it's Gert to throw
opportunity there.
first.
And in the opening
Game
game,
on.
he was taking all those sort of combination shots and finishes. But the damage you felt was done with dart number 1. It became more of a rescue act rather than a
100.
genuine chance.
$100.
Good glimpse there at why Colin Osborne doesn't need to switch away when his darts are below the treble.
180. 95. 100.
No sign that de Vos is slowing down.
139.
That's a great setup from
Gert,
Osborne,
you
but
require
he's carrying on where he
121.
started today, Gert de Vos. Brave enough to go for the
85.
25 there.
Colin, you require 167. 60. Gert, you require 36.
For a 13 dart response. Well, you can play so well, but this is where it can start to
Colin,
get
you
tricky,
require
isn't it?
107.
3 darts missed at double. In fact, 4, including the one in the previous visit. Osborne could, or could have, picked his pocket.
55.
Still no gimme.
Gert,
De Vos
you
has to be
require
careful.
9.
So have to move across here. That's a little bit tricky due to the lie of the darts, and
5.
you could see just catching
Colin,
it
you
on the way in.
require 52.
Colin Osborne, a chance to steal, a chance to break.
$32. Gert, you require 4.
You can see almost the anger for Colin Osborne. But that is wayward.
Game shot on a
Both
second
games
leg.
so far.
Gert de Vos.
1 on double 1. Both players in the madhouse.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
What does that feel like as an opponent, Matt? I'm sure you've been there many times when your opponent's on that finish. Are you sort of
60.
half expecting to be back when they're on double one?
Yeah, you feel like you've got more opportunity of the miss because it's such a small area of hit, but
100.
also it was how it happened. When your opponent misses by a mile, like that first start was, it was missed by some distance. You do
54.
feel you've got more opportunity. You feel they're getting edgy, which is why sometimes it's best just not to look, certainly until dart number 3. It just comes down to that debate of, obviously it's personal preference. Do people watch? Do they not? But sometimes you just build up the anticipation, or you can even get into that mode, as we see with some
60.
players who almost sort of begrudge the dart going in because the first dart missed by so much. You've become a little bit
46.
bitter.
Well, DeVos could have been feeling a bit bitter himself there if he had lost that leg, but all was
56.
well in the end after 8 misses at the outer ring, and he seems to have put it behind him.
42. 108.
Colin Osborne's turn now to dig out a big shot when he needs it. Was just losing touch of the game, losing touch of the leg in which he started. And all of a sudden down to a 2-darter,
Colin, you
courtesy of
require
his first
91.
maximum of the game.
Same 2-darter for the pair of them. Treble 19 gives him a go at double 16. That's an excellent save that
Colin Osborne.
from Colin Osborne, rescuing that shot and leading this match 2-1.
Fourth
I
leg.
don't think
It's
DeVos
to
could
throw
quite
first.
believe what he was seeing
Game
there.
on.
Stood at the back of the stage, shaking his head. Probably wondering how that leg got away from him when just a few darts ago looked almost certain to break the throat.
140.
I guess that's the thing we love about darts.
Significant darting day today, particularly when it comes to 9-dart
85.
finishes. We had one from Phil Taylor in the 2014 World Match Play. There was one on this
57.
darting day at last year's Match Play from Gedwin Price, and there was also one in this very tournament a couple of years ago. Before we'd moved to
140.
Portsmouth, Graham Usher produced a perfect leg.
I do love the on this darting day and sort of looking back at what happened
108.
as we've just gone past the anniversary of the date that I beat Gary Anderson with a 170 finish.
Do make sure you remind me of that
45.
date. I'll put it in my
You
diary.
require 124. $92. $45. Gert, you require 32.
Double 16 on this darting day
Game shot on
to
the
level up
fourth
this
leg.
darting duel
Good to
2-2. It was 2 years ago, sorry, the Price 9-dart, and last year, today was a World Match Play final. Nathan
Fifth
Aspinall
leg. It's
crowned the
Colin to
king.
throw first. Game on.
Bo Greaves also winning the Women's Match Play for the first time this time last year. She did it again on Sunday.
81. $81. $60.
When I ever do that bit of research as to what happens on the day, the best bit about it is always the American tournament names. Jules Van Dongen beat Leonard Gates last year to win the Music City Classic.
137.
We've got some great ones. Isn't there like the Hedgehog Classic and the Hellraiser?
Choo Choo Classics, particular favourite. The Music City, of course,
100.
Nashville in Tennessee. Maybe we need to go down that route
59.
instead of week 1, week 2, week 3. Each week has its own sort of special name.
Oh, what would you call this week then?
Well, I was going to say something to do with the summer, but
38.
then I looked outside.
Hmm. 140.
I always think that with PDC Players Championship events, are there enough sort of great former players now to name the 30 events after those
134.
players?
Don't you require 84?
PC3 in Barnsley could be the Dennis Priestley Classic.
Game shot on the fifth
Well,
leg.
this game
Good
could
to
have been a
Voss.
classic, but Miss Doubles have sort of played it a little bit. But DeVos now, with that breaker throw, has taken control in the game,
Sixth
and that
leg, it's
movement
good to
that
throw
Matthew Egger
first.
suggested at the start of the day
Game on.
could be about to come to pass, because it would see DeVos on equal games with Colin Osborne replace him in the top 3 in the table.
I just thought with the amount of tournaments that are on the PDC calendar now,
121.
and with them doing 2 in a day sometimes, if they move it to 3 a day and play every single day, we might get the Matthew Edgar Classic.
60.
Maybe challenge to a 30 or something.
30, I'll take that.
60.
And Colin Osborne, a man who did have plenty of success when he did play on the Pro Tour circuit.
60.
You sort of referenced it yesterday, that it sort of went quickly for him. And we've seen that with a few players. Another Colin, actually, Colin Lloyd was one who was right at the top of the order of merit, and within a couple of years,
42.
no longer playing on the tour.
It's just the cutthroat nature of the 2-year defending ranking system, isn't it? Once you start dropping, it's very, very hard, because
43.
you've got those big chunks of money coming off, and then you're trying to make events just to try and hold on to prize money while you've got people leaping past you that aren't defending anything. And we're going to see that sort of movement over the
22.
next couple of years with players like Luke Littler and Gian van Veen, who really aren't defending a lot of money, where you've got players that aren't making the big events, the players like
134.
Jose de Souza, who are just starting to drop away a little bit.
Yeah, Simon Whitlock in that feature film that you
99.
referenced, The Other Wizard, he said himself, I've got to work hard just to keep my tour card this year. This wizard, Colin Osborne, managed to win 4 Players' Championship titles in his
83. Go,
time
you
with the
require
PDC. They were between
157.
2008 and 2011. Can he manage to win this match? May need the 1-2-1 checkout.
57. Colin, you require 121.
To get it, he needs treble 17, which he can't find. So DeVos will get a look at the ton
57.
to get
Go,
what
you
would be
require
a
100.
significant win. It's 2 at tops. Osborne peers
shot
over his
and the
shoulder
match.
and will not
Gert
like what he
DeVos.
saw, because Gert DeVos has made a very strong start to today, and we do have a little bit of mid-table movement here at the Modus Super Series. Colin Osborne has moved out of the top 3. Gert DeVos is now on 8 points before him. He gets his second win of the day, having only got 2 victories in the whole of yesterday. So Coleman and Scott lead DeVos, and Osborne drops into 4th place. Connor Scott in 2nd place is in action next against Stephen Jameson.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
Steve
West
West.
has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. For Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and he's now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly. And ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
So, 6 games down here at the Modus Super Series on Tuesday. Here's what's happened so far. Ashley Coleman and Connor Scutt and Gert DeVos all winning both of their matches. They are unbeaten today. Ashley Coleman is unbeaten every day, and that's why he's top of the table with 7 wins from 7. Connor Scutt not far behind him, just 2 points in fact. Looks like it is going to be a race between those two, but Gert de Vos might have something to say about that if he can carry on his own winning run. And there's an opportunity in this one for Scutt to eliminate the gap on points once again before Coleman takes on de Vos in which could be a huge game in the middle of the day. Will that be the one that ends the unbeaten start for Ashley? Will Connor Scutt's run continue here? He has won his last 6 and is taking on Stephen Jameson, who, although he's lost both his games today, has looked like a much improved player from yesterday.
First leg,
he's just
it's
run
Stephen
into
to throw first.
a couple of performances here, which has led him to have to look at those sort of big ton-plus combinations, the 112s, 125, that sort of range. And you feel if Connor Scutt plays to his normal levels, it may be more of the same here for Jameson, unless he can take another step up in terms of performance.
100.
Yeah, the fixtures haven't fallen kindly for him, that's for sure. We did make reference over the fact that there were a couple of debutants in Group C and no real standout name in that group.
60.
So if the likes of Jameson can hold it together and not sort of get weighed down with defeat after defeat in this group, they're going to have a chance when it resets to 0 on Thursday.
58.
I think that's one thing that we've got to really give credit to Jameson for, is not going up there and wearing the blows of earlier on. He's always going up on the stage looking very positive
100.
and going up there and putting in a very focused and determined performance.
100.
It's up against the group favourite here in Connor Scutt.
41.
He's taking the game
Stephen
to him in the early stages here. 6 darts. And for the first time, Stephen Jameson gets a little bit of comfort at the back end of a leg.
27.
Maybe comfort not a good thing for him.
42. Stephen, you require 97. 57. Connor, you require 158.
Puts himself in a good position in the opening leg. And he's going to get a clear look at tops when he walks back to the hockey.
7. Stephen, you require 40. Game shot of first leg, Stephen Jameson.
Connor Scutt scoring just 90 points in 9 darts there at the back end of that leg.
Second leg,
and
it's
Stephen
Connor
Jameson
to throw first.
says thank you very much.
135.
I suppose this is one of those games for Connor Scutt, and I can vouch for this as a player. It's quite tricky to come into
85.
when you go into a game where you know you're such a strong favourite. I remember playing a UK Open game, and I went up against one of the Riley's
99.
qualifiers, and I was 1-9 favourite. And I've never been so nervous in my life, especially when they start playing well and they start the game off
140.
Yeah, it brings its own pressure, doesn't it? That's a perfectly pitched opening dart. He could put another 7 in there.
180. 85. Connor, you require 87.
Well, from the mess at the end of the previous leg, he's certainly tidied up, hasn't he?
On a second
Connor
leg,
cleans
Connor
up
Scutt.
in leg 2, which he wins in a dozen darts.
Third leg, it's Stephen to
I
throw
just
first.
relax the
Game on.
favourite backers a little bit. 12 darter leaves Jameson stranded on 191.
100.
He's going to have to find a breaker throw somewhere, Connor Scutt, so he's going to need something like that, you feel, with against the dart, sorry. He seems to be
140.
getting himself into the flow, into the rhythm.
$85. 93.
In that first dart right here, Stephen Jameson, which is just going to
100.
relax him into the visit.
$101.
Really sensible stuff from Connor Scott, scoring 101 to leave a finish.
46. Connor, you require 167.
Much to admire about the arithmetic of Scott this week.
59. Stephen, you require 170.
Coming up dry there with the trebles at a point where he could have really took the leg to Jameson, who's got the advantage of the throw here.
96. Connor, you require 108.
This would hurt Jameson,
Game
who will
shot on
feel
the
like he's
third
been hit
leg.
with blows
Connor
like that
Scott.
all day and all week so far. Another one lands against him. Big 108, big breaker throw.
Fourth
And
flag.
big
It's
respect
Connor to
from
throw
Stephen
first.
Jameson there, who
Game
acknowledged that 12 darter, 15 darter, 2 combo finishes as well, and he's not relenting here, Connor Scott. Maybe poked the bear, didn't he, by winning that first leg, Stephen Jameson.
He's running at the mid-80s here, Jameson, not doing
85.
too much wrong. A much improved performance.
We know what he's going to try and do here. Connor Scott is looking for one of the most incredible 9-dart finishes. 180, 171,
44.
all treble
Connor,
20s,
you require
all treble
150.
19s. This could be all bulls.
This could be the greatest thing we've ever seen here at the Super Series. He's gone for it. But now the attention has
60.
to move to the more serious factor, which is getting back to the top of the table. And to do that, he needs to get the victory. He's got time on his side here to take a 3-1
Connor, you
lead.
require 90.
He's going to need it.
38.
It's a personal little milestone that he's
43.
targeted himself,
Connor, you
that
require 52.
special 9-dart finish. 60, 60, 60. 57, 57, 57,
on
and
a
50,
fourth
50,
flag.
50.
Connor Scott.
But he's done well there to just forget about it in the end. When you've got such a target
flag,
and you
it's Stephen
fail
to
to
throw
achieve it
first.
in that moment, it
Game
could
on.
just sort of cloud the rest of the leg and maybe the rest of the match. But he's won the leg, and he's only one away from winning the match.
Not a flicker or a
43.
change of emotion there, was there, for Connor Scott? All business-like. But you mentioned that respect from Jameson,
60.
and he's a very respectful man, very family-orientated man. There's a couple of things we can draw attention to here. One is the flights he's using there to show his support for prostate cancer. He's also got a badge
81.
on his shirt, just on the right-hand side there, which is another charity, Live Well with Cancer, something that his mum does a
85.
lot of fundraising for. And Stephen Jameson also informs me that any money he makes this week, he will also be donating to that cause.
60.
Yeah. That is a very, very noble thing to do.
100.
The prize money from this week will go to that charity. Admirable.
60. $87.
Bit of a slip there. He was looking at the ball, ends up finding himself on a non-finish.
100.
Jameson on a big ask. However, we know he's got it in the locker. He's took out 100 and yesterday took out a 160. Connor Scott on a much more
99.
reasonable
Stephen,
finish
you
to get the
require
job done.
157.
Should he return to the board, which he will.
Well,
74.
we didn't see the most magical
Connor, you
9-dart
require
finish you could
70.
ever see. He teased the prospect, Connor Scott. But he does get the match won, and he does it in convincing fashion. And the winning streak continues. 14 points now for Connor Scott with 7 successive wins, joining Ashley Coleman on that tally, and Coleman remains the only player to have beat him. The 108 checkout was in there. The finishing was fantastic in that game. 4 out of 5. Only one dart missed at double between the pair as well in that match. Almost something super special from Connor Scott. But in the end, it's the points that count. And he's got 2 more of them. Looking for his first points. Ricardo Ham is back after the break. He takes on Colin Osborne.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Connor Scott is starting to run through the gears and show us why he's the favourite to win this group. Another solid success by 4 legs to 1 over Stephen Jameson, and nearly giving us that magical 9-dart moment. But our attention now turns to Ricardo Ham and Colin Osborne. Colin Osborne has been drawn into a battle now in regards to this Group B and C place, that coming on the back of a 4-2 defeat to Gert de Vos in his last game.
It's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
Neither player yet to pick up a victory today. Colin Osborne going down 4-2 in both of his games so far.
85.
Those against Connor Scott and Gert de Vos. For Ricardo Ham, it's not been happy hunting grounds today. A 4-0 defeat in his opener to Ashley Coleman.
140.
And a 4-1 defeat to Connor Scott, only having 1 dart at a double across both games so far. The positive for Ricardo Ham, though, is that he hit it.
43.
I feel if Colin Osborne is to have much of a say in this Group A, he's going to have to find some form, and very quick, after dropping points to 2 of his rivals today.
Yep, no cause yet to show off those pearly whites from Colin Osborne.
45.
Those 2 defeats. Will he be smiling and saying cheese at the end of this meeting with Ham.
58.
Those who don't know that, the last time he was here, he was sort of preparing for
85.
some work to be
Ricardo,
done
you require 158.
on his teeth, and he was doing some interviews and sort of hiding his mouth with a microphone. It's quite amusing.
58.
Well, all that is done now. He needs to kind of bare his teeth here, though. Osborne finds himself behind in this leg, although that will change here.
81. Ricardo, you require 100. 40. Colin, you require 107.
Too scared, wasn't he there, Ricardo?
Yeah, there was set up. I was concerned myself there. He had to get over the top of the flight. He did, but the problem is he went over the scoring zone as well. Treble 17. Not going to give Osborne an opportunity here, so you think Ricardo Ham's going to get some darts at a double. He's only had one so far today. You may only get one. Oh, he's not even going to get a dart. Two big
20.
misses there.
Colin
Osborne
52.
has got an opportunity here to punish a howling mistake.
Game shot on the first leg. Colin Osborne.
Ricardo Ham is going to be angry, no doubt, with that. From what?
Second leg. It's
60
Colin to
points,
throw
80
first.
points.
Game on.
Missing the board, missing the 20, missing the 15. And that is why he's only managed to have one dart at a double so far today.
95.
I don't know if you saw, Matt, but Andrew on X got in touch with his top 10 of best players without a tour card.
100.
And he included Connor Scott in that. Someone then pointed out that Scott hasn't made a weekly finals night yet in the Super Series. Well, I think that will change here, although he did make the finals night of that double trouble that we mentioned. And he was determined
43.
then to have an unorthodox 9-dart finish, if you remember. He was starting legs on double 17.
Yeah.
41.
I mean, I'm fully subscribed to Camp Connor Scott. I think he's the rightful favourite. I think he's a quality dart player. But it's just not happened for him yet at the Super Series.
137.
Key word is yet. You feel it's more of when rather than if.
100. 56. 100. Colin, you require 170.
Still looking for a spark today, Colin Osborne.
$94. Ricardo, you require 160. 140. Colin, you require 76.
Sat on a finish, sat on a double. When you get the opportunity, Colin leaves his beloved tops.
36.
Over the top.
Ricardo, you require 20.
So a chance for Ricardo.
Game shot on a second leg.
Finally,
Ricardo Ham.
Ham finds the target.
Third leg. It's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
And breaks back. Colin Osborne is starting to look like a troubled man.
I think I've had that sort of vibe from Colin all day today. He's just not looked settled.
100.
Starting to search.
45.
When you start to do that during games, you end up in all sorts of trouble with your action, don't you? You're changing things on the
59.
fly.
Well, it's panic as well. Panic starts to kick in. You start to feel the opportunity slipping away. You look at then the rest of the campaign and you know that you're not in the race anymore, especially when you see Connor Scott and Ashley Coleman just picking up win after win at the moment. And you've got the dangerous Gert de Vos in there as well.
140. 108.
He was looking for a spark. He was looking for something to get him going, and a stroke of magic there from the Wizard.
Yeah, like I said, he's in all sorts of trouble.
Colin, you require 96.
96 for an 11 dart leg. 7 successive treble 20s.
87.
But he may not win the leg.
Ricardo, you require 107.
This would be some showing from Ricardo Ham to be able to resist that attack there from
43.
Colin Osborne, but
Colin, you require
nothing feels
9.
certain right now with Colin, despite the back-to-back maxes.
A pair of 4s becomes a pair of 2s.
Game shot on the third leg.
Colin Osborne does get that break back. The breaks continue to be exchanged, and that means that Osborne has the
Fourth leg. It's
advantage
Colin to throw first.
in this encounter.
Game on.
Coleman DeVos next. That's an interesting game between two players that are unbeaten
45.
today. Connor Scott also in that club, but DeVos has probably been the best player of the day.
100.
It's interesting you mentioned Coleman. We've got a Coleman in our chat, Carl Coleman, who's going to be joining us later on in the week, Thursday, Friday. He says he's looking forward to a Borough battle on Thursday and Friday. He's writing Colin
60.
Osborne off. He's putting him in Group C.
Yeah, I know Carl is very excited at
55.
being on that stage. Probably outside of the local area for obvious
81.
reasons. The Northeast probably the next most used area, I think, of the Super Series, and it just shows how
100.
much of a darting hotbed that is over the last few years.
It's about a
58.
6-hour trek down from the Middlesbrough area down to Portsmouth.
81. $97.
No finish for Ham, but he can place himself very, very well.
125.
Which is exactly what he
Colin,
does.
you require
Calls in
160.
Colin to focus on this because he may need it, and he's not going to take it.
Like a player with the experience of Colin Osborne, he'll be starting to
60.
get frustrated with this.
Ricardo,
He's
you
twice
require
broke the throw
40.
of Ricardo Ham.
No score.
Tries
Colin,
to
you
give him
require
opportunities.
100.
This time not able to take it, Ricardo Ham, and Colin Osborne for a bit of a steal.
Oh, it's a super
Game
steal
shot on a
from
fourth
Colin
leg.
Osborne.
Colin Osborne.
An act of pickpocketry from the Wizard,
Fifth leg. It's Ricardo to
who
throw
punishes
first.
Ham for the misses
Game on.
and stamps his authority on the game. 3-1 now to the Middlesbrough man.
45. $60.
Mentioned, of course, earlier, Osborne's success in PDC darts, winning those 4 Pro Tour titles, also went on to win the
100.
Championship League. But has had great success here at the Super Series as well. He's won weeks in both
95.
Southampton and Portsmouth. He went on to reach the final of Champions Week, losing out to a certain Luke Littler,
92.
who actually attracted the headlines. Who would have ever thought this? For winning the Cheshire Open, it was on Sky Sports News.
95.
It's always been one of the big titles in the game of darts, the Cheshire Open.
21.
I think he got, what, was it a grand for it?
Yeah, decent money. I did see on social media, I think Chris Dobie saying Come on, Luke, you can't be skint already.
101.
He's probably already spent it on ice creams. Every time I go on TikTok, he stood at the ice cream van buying him and all his mates
140.
a boat with
Colin, you require
fizz bomb
150.
or whatever it's called.
I have to admit, sounds rather nice.
$54. Ricardo, you require 103.
Can Ricardo Ham stay in this? That now relies on Colin
43.
Osborne missing.
Colin, you require 96.
Just becomes setup play.
60.
Colin
Ricardo,
will
you
be eyeing up the
require
next leg.
60.
This will be a bonus opportunity should he get it. But with Ricardo Ham throwing first, you'd have
Game shot on the
expected him to
fifth
get the
leg,
chance.
Ricardo Ham.
And he takes the opportunity when it presents himself. Ham still in there swinging, making improvements
Sixth
as the
leg,
day's
it's
gone on.
Colin
In
to throw
game
first.
number 1, didn't win a
Game
single
on.
leg. Then he won 1 leg. Now he's won 2. And that'll be where Colin Osborne's going to be hoping it
45.
ends. But where it begins is what people are interested in here. Simon A is asking, Chris and Matt, which player who has never played at the Super Series
45.
before would you like to see? For me, there is only one answer to that question. I'll be interested if you got the same one.
Are you doing this in serious
60.
fashion, so it's someone who's actually eligible?
Yes, someone who's eligible, yeah.
Okay.
$100.
Phil Taylor?
Yeah. He's the only guy, I think, who could be top of that list.
45.
And if Phil Taylor should play, I will be banging on the door to play the exact same week.
137.
Well, it's his retirement tour this year, isn't it, Phil Taylor? So, having retired from professional darts, he's
81.
now retiring from retirement darts. A couple of more seniors
97.
events for the power to try to bow out on a high.
I do feel we've got more chance of fulfilling Charlie's dreams in the chat, though, of Chris Murphy playing on the stage
100.
than
Ricardo, you require 122.
power.
54. Colin, you require 170.
Watch this space. You'll be watching it a while. Watch that space.
145.
Could not
Ricardo, you
quite
require 68.
find the ball.
48. Colin, you require
to get
25.
the job done and get his first victory of the day. Choices. Chooses the 88.
21.
The wait goes on.
Ricardo, you require 20.
In regards for a Colin Osborne win.
No score. Colin, you require 4. Game shot.
Osborne
and the
does win.
match, Colin Osborne.
A 4-2 success against Ricardo Ham, whose losing streak continues. That now extends to 8, but Osborne's mini bit of slump is over. He gets his first win of the day, and he does it, well, not in super style. He was only marginally better than Ham over the course of the game, but he did take out 100 and managed to get the points. But a big, big game coming next. Ashley Coleman, who is undefeated after 7 matches in this group, is about to take on the performer of the day so far, in Gert de Vos. Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we are looking forward to this one. A meeting between Ashley Coleman and Gert de Vos, both players who are yet to be defeated on this darting day. And Ashley Coleman has got domination on his mind. He wants to win every single game in this group, and he's done that so far. Victory in this one against a tricky opponent in de Vos would see him cross the halfway stage on that journey to perfection. Can he do it? We'll find out over the course of up to 7 legs.
First
Myself,
leg,
Chris Murphy,
it's Gert to throw first.
and Matthew Edgar will guide you through the arrows action.
My first real interest here is in the pacing that Gert de Vos is going to choose in which to play this game, because we've seen him alternate between quick and steady paces, and it looks like he's going to play this with a bit of rhythm and a bit of pace in the game, and that may be because that's what he's expecting here from Coleman, just a good rhythm and flow. So it should be nice and easy on the eye, this one.
60. $95.
But Coleman's got those ambitions, hasn't he, to go
79.
15 from 15. The fixtures now are going to start getting tougher again towards the back end of the day, but he dealt with these with no problems at the start of yesterday.
Well, look, he certainly thinks he can do it, and that's probably part of
100.
the requirement if you are going to do something like that, isn't it? Belief. But I'm going to put it to you, Matthew. Do you think he can do it?
If he believes he can, then he's right, isn't he?
142.
Whether he can or he will are different questions, and a lot of that depends on the opponents, doesn't it? And when Gert de Vos is playing the way he is, he might be the one to stop him.
76.
Almost landed a first blow there. Coleman needs to find a treble, does. Needs to find the double, doesn't.
44. Gert, you require 22. Game shot on the first leg, Gert de Vos.
Solid holder throw there from Gert de Vos, who probably been the standout player of the day in regards to the transition from day 1 to day 2. Certainly in terms of the gameplay, the standard was always there, the levels was there.
55.
He wasn't taking opportunities, or when it comes down to needing that treble to leave yourself a handy 2-darter, yesterday there was just a little bit of miss. Today,
100.
no problems. He's playing the form that seeing him pick up that World Trophy title in 2015.
180.
Coleman's maximum hitting's been good today. Picked up in that department.
82.
He got a 3 against Steve Jameson.
180.
He got 2 against Ricardo Ham. And he's got back-to-back 180s now, Ashley Coleman, in each of his last 4 matches.
Ashley require 86.
Quite remarkable, that. When he's on, he's on. And he's on at the moment. Fantastic. 11 dart leg. Incorporating back-to-back maximums for the 4th consecutive
Third
game.
leg, it's Gert to throw first. Game on.
Spoke about Connor Scott's 9-darter. Of course, Coleman himself came close
22.
yesterday. 7 perfect darts in his last match against Ham.
Well, we had one now for a week, have we? So
140.
But when he just gets in the groove, he's another one of those players, isn't he, Ashley Coleman, that can just make the game look and feel quite easy when he's in the flow.
96.
Yeah, this is certainly the best I've seen from him this week. No doubt about that, since he's
60.
been on this Super Series stage. May have done stuff on the streams he plays that other people remember, but in terms of a sustained period of consistent
62.
class against decent opponents, I'm sure he will be thinking he's having the week of his darting life.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It's the
97.
The ability to play when you're being hit back, and the ability to play when you're being hit back when it's all in one room. Now, I'm someone who's sort of done streams myself. I certainly
57.
played when the PDC was doing the home tour and those sort of... It's a completely different environment to when you're playing against somebody.
60.
Now, that doesn't mean necessarily it's easier. Some people love it, some people hate it. I hated it. The home tour, in the end, I weren't even playing in them by the end of it because it just filled me with so much anxiety because I couldn't see what was going on.
Ashley
That
require
I really, really
144.
struggled and it really impacted the throw.
60. Gert, you require 170.
Ashley seems to be able to play in both environments, which is a testament to that free-flowing action and this carefree attitude he's got,
22.
but with great
Ashley,
determination.
require 84.
Chance to lead. Double 11.
Game shot on the
Brilliant.
third leg.
Free
Ashley
flowing.
Coleman.
Fast throwing. An absolute quality from Coleman.
Fourth
who
leg. It's Ashley to throw
Finds
first.
himself averaging in 3 figures
Game on.
after 3 legs.
85.
He really is the picture of relaxed concentration. He's trying,
80.
but it feels like he isn't.
I love that phrasing as well. Relaxed concentration, because
97.
really they're the two sort of opposing ingredients that are required in this game.
$180.
Kurt DeVos is going to need to find some of those to rival this from Ashley Coleman, who loses another to the
120.
floor. He lost quite a few yesterday to the floor, but despite losing a few in this game, he's still averaging over 100.
58.
And that's a free setup play here. Just one treble will leave him handy.
59.
We were talking about the fact that
81.
DeVos might be the
Ashley
one to stop him,
require
but Coleman is
140.
kind of dismissing his opponent here, making it all about him.
80. Gert, you require 102.
I think off the top of my head, that's the fourth dart now that Ashley Coleman has lost to the floor. It's almost to the point where I'm feeling I need to start taking notes of the amount of
70.
darts he loses in a
Ashley
game because it's
requires
starting to become a
60.
little bit frequent. Not though it's affecting the results or the outcome.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
This is a
Ashley
leg away.
Coleman.
From his 8th victory in a row and being more than halfway to Super Series
Fifth leg.
history.
It's Gert to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this really is superb stuff from Ashley Coleman.
58.
Looking to put DeVos back in his box, and I'm going to say it and call it now. If he does win this game, for me, that is a
80.
confirmation that we have got a race between two players to win this group.
I mean, this is so impressive because not only is Ashley Coleman 3-1 up against the darts of
100.
Gert DeVos, but he's nearly had 2 handfuls of darts on the floor as well.
140.
Almost astonished the third didn't follow there. But it's a second 140 rather than a third 180.
81.
What it is looking like is an 8th victory.
$100. $43. $100.
This against the Gert DeVos throw. Completely outscoring him here. A mightily impressive performance from Ashley Coleman.
97.
He could be 2 darts away
Ashley
from getting
require
the job done.
81.
The job is done.
Game shot and
It's
the match.
class from
Ashley
Coleman. As Ashley Coleman claims an 8th win from from as many matches, quickly exits the stage as he has done. It's all been business from Coleman in this group, but he upped his game against a player that had been playing really, really well so far today. A 97.62 average, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, and a 4-1 win that sees Coleman more than halfway past that target of his to be unbeaten come the end of this group. He is so far. Coming next, it's a battle at the basement between Ricardo Ham and Stephen Jameson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Ashley Coleman is carrying on that winning streak. As you can see, won all of his matches so far today, as has Connor Scutt. But Gert DeVos beaten for the first time. That 4-1 win for Coleman just before the break there, meaning that he remains perfect at the top of the table. 8 from 8, 16 points. It now looks like a race between himself and Scutt for top spot in that place at finals night. Osborne and DeVos occupy the middle of the table, and Stephen Jameson and Ricardo Ham, the two at the bottom. Jameson won this battle yesterday, and it was a battle. I expect to see something slightly better today. Do you concur, Matthew Edgar?
Yeah, the context of where that game came yesterday, they was both on debut. It was the second game on the stage. They both had defeats in their opening game, so there's very edgy. Probably both expected or thought they was gonna get a victory against each other, which obviously brings its own pressures as well, and maybe felt their best opportunity was in this fixture. And it was a nervy game, wasn't it? It was the doubles that let them both down. Jameson winning the game in the end, hitting 4 from his 20 attempts, where Ricardo Ham only 3 successes from 29 darts at a double. Both have improved today, both looking a lot more likely and a lot more assured on the stage.
100.
But the one question mark still lies in the fact that both players have not got any wins against the rest of the group. Only 2 points that these two players share come from the head-to-head clash.
So Ricardo Ham
41.
yet to get to 4 legs, of course, doesn't have a win at all. In fact, has only got to 3 legs once, and that was in this fixture yesterday.
27.
If we take a look at the odds as a guide in reflection to what they think is going to happen in this game, they're going quite strong with Ricardo Ham. They believe they've seen enough today
40.
to offer 1 to 2 on Ricardo Ham, 6 to 4 with Jameson. I think the game's a little bit closer than that suggests, but good treble hitting for Ham. 3 visits now with 2 trebles has given plenty of time at the back end of the leg, but this game yesterday
60.
shown us
Ricardo,
he
you
may need
require
it.
109.
Already showing us that here.
41. $60.
He's afforded
Ricardo, you
that
require
luxury
68.
of time. Chooses tops, hits
Game
tops.
shot on the first leg, Ricardo Ham.
So Ham off the mark.
Second leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on. $140. $96. $85. $83. $60. $140.
There seems to be an evident focus about Ricardo Ham in this game, almost like he's earmarked it as a potentially must-win. Wants to end that
100.
drought as quickly as possible. This is his best opportunity. He recognises that.
He's the more experienced of the two, just on the faces that he
81.
has played at a
Stephen, you
Q School.
require
He has played some
116.
Challenge Tour events and picked up a couple of wins on the Challenge Tour as well.
Game shot on a second leg.
Combination
Stephen
finishes was
Jameson.
something we said Stephen Jameson is being forced into throughout the day. And this time he's actually found
Third
the
leg, it's
required
Ricardo
double
to
to
throw
complete
first.
the equation.
Game
A
on.
15 darter there for Jameson. As we were just mentioning, not got the most experience. He's a
140.
relative newbie in regards to this kind of level of darts. Just plays his local
81.
league when he can. He's got work patterns and shift patterns that mean he's not able to really commit and travel and
140.
play darts at a competitive level. But this is one of the real benefits that we're seeing with the ADC Vault system, that we can actually
125.
take qualification criteria to a very localized area and give people an opportunity to progress
100.
and give that pathway. But you wouldn't think that this, I mean, Ricardo Ham's averaging 98.5
85.
and Jameson
Ricardo,
in the
require
mid-80s. You wouldn't think this is two
121.
players that haven't registered a win anywhere.
Yep. That's decent stuff.
41.
Much improved on yesterday as we thought it might be. Jameson now looking to tap Ham on the shoulder. Should have said on the shoulder of Ham, shouldn't I? Slap my wrist for that.
75. Ricardo, you require 80. $40. Stephen, you require 135. $65. Ricardo, you require 40. $30. Stephen, you require 70.
Mention those combos. Oh, but this one doesn't work out for
65.
Jameson in the end.
Ricardo, you
Now, this is where it got
require 10.
sticky, this kind of situation yesterday. Both on dodgy numbers. And we ended up having the longest leg of all
8.
time.
Stephen, you require 5. $1. Ricardo, you require
And they'll
2.
be getting flashbacks, they'll be getting memories, they'll be having that vibe.
No score. Stephen, you require 4. Game shot on a third leg.
Completed a little bit more quickly than a similar situation 24 hours ago. But in the context of the match, that is a big moment for Stephen Jameson. It's a breaker throw.
125. 60. 85.
Some questions coming in on
60.
our YouTube chat. One for you here, Matthew. It says, Mr. Egger, do you remember a darts player from the 80s?
Dennis Priestley.
There we go. Hope that answers that for you, Ian.
120.
Oh, he has now finished a question. Do you remember a darts player from the 80s called Tony Brown?
140.
I believe there was 2, wasn't there? There was a... Is that the sort of Coventry version of Tony Brown?
55.
Give us some context, Ian. What's the reason behind your question? I'm sure there is one.
100.
Bit of an angry
Stephen,
throw that from Ricardo, wasn't it?
60. Ricardo, you require 141.
He might be angry here. If Stephen Jameson can step in and take out the 56.
Stephen, you require 56. 16.
Chance
Ricardo,
to put
you
right the
require
wrongs.
41.
1 from 9 on the outer ring. Ricardo Ham. Make that 1 from
Stephen, you
11.
require 40. Game shot on the 4th leg. Stephen Jameson.
We're looking like it might be a repeat of yesterday. Stephen Jameson, 3-1 to the good. Ricardo Ham
5th leg. It's Ricardo to throw
can't
first.
take his chances, can't
Game
take
on.
his opportunities. He'll probably feel this should be the other way round. He'll probably feel he should be 3-1 up, which is ultimately going to cause even more
100.
frustration.
Yeah, some not questions but comments in the chat.
60.
Liam saying Stephen looking a lot better today. Would have to agree with that. Oh, there we go.
180.
Ham sandwiching that third dart in the treble 20. And maybe the anger has helped him a little bit
80.
here. Well, the reason for Ian's question... hang on, here he goes.
125.
Ham shanked that one a little bit, didn't he? Yeah, the reason for Ian's question is he believes that Jameson's throw is identical to that play that he referenced.
96. Ricardo, you require 96. 56.
'Well, Ham's been finding
42.
troubles on the doubles.
Ricardo, you require
But luckily
40.
for him, he's got plenty of time. He's got at least 6 darts here.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Now,
Ricardo
it's the
Ham.
best leg of the week for Ricardo Ham. A 13 darter to keep him in the game.
6th leg. It's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
This is where averages can be a bit misleading because that one good leg for Ham now has moved him 10 points clear of the averages of Jameson, but it doesn't mean that he's been that much better throughout the whole match.
55.
If he can continue that kind of standard, however, then you'd expect him to turn it around and win the match.
43.
It seemed to, when he got a little bit sort of angry, couple of minutes ago. He started to throw a little bit firmer, didn't he? Almost it improved the follow-through because he was being more forceful with the throw.
108!
Second maximum of the game goes the direction of Jameson, who only hit 1 yesterday, so he's already matched that total now. We'll have another game still to go. That up against Colin Osborne in our final cycle of fixtures.
58.
Ricardo Ham will be up against Gert de Vos.
99. 90.
Jameson will get his opportunity to
82.
wrap it up here.
Stephen, you require 118.
He's already give us one combination finish. That was the 116 earlier in the game.
78. Ricardo, you require 142.
Could he? Decided to stay there.
125. Stephen, you require 40.
So to make it a repeat
Game shot
of
and the
yesterday's
match,
result,
Stephen Jameson.
away the lad, Stephen Jameson gets a 4-2 win over Ricardo Ham for the second day. He beats Ham and leaves him stranded on no points at the foot of the table. That victory for Jameson, well, despite the lower average, but as explained by Matthew Egger, that all down to that 13 dart leg from Ricardo Ham, is best in the group so far. But it's Jameson who doubles his points tally in the game, and Ham is yet to get off the mark. Big game now towards the top of the table. Connor Scott looking to eliminate the gap between himself and table topper Ashley Coleman. To do it, he'll have to defeat Gert de Vos.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The action continues here on Tuesday, and the moving in this group, well, it was done by Gert de Vos initially, but he's now been replaced in third place by Colin Osborne. They've got the same record and everything, apart from when it gets to legs for and against, and Osborne is just one better off to occupy that position, but that could be a crucial position come the end of tomorrow. Of course, the players in second and third go into Group B, where you've got a much better chance of going through 3 from 5 compared to Group C,
First
where the
leg,
bottom 3 head
to
to
first.
2 from 6
Game
going
on.
through. So, big difference. 60% chance versus a 33% opportunity. And the man in position 2 is Connor Scott, but he will
96.
still have his eyes on the prize of top spot. And you have to give him credit for being in the race, considering that the man at the top hasn't lost a game yet.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to appear to be a
83.
two-horse race in regards to that top place, and they will be taking each other on in the very last game today. So if they both can get through this cycle of
85.
fixtures with victories, Connor Scott taking on Gert de Vos and Ashley Coleman taking on Colin Osborne, that's going to set up a really
40.
intriguing main event end to the day.
We did
129.
sort of ponder about the possibility of both of them going in on huge unbeaten runs. But not only is Connor Scott staying with him in terms of the victories after only losing to Coleman yesterday, he's also pretty much equal with him on legs as well. Just one leg behind, in fact. So
93.
winning this game would see him at least move joint on everything, depending on...
41.
In
Connie
fact,
require
he'd
98.
end up top of the table anyway because he'd have more legs won, even if he only won it by one leg.
58.
And it looks like winning this leg.
81. Connie require 40.
Solid start for Scott,
Game shot on the first leg. Connor Scott.
who just like yesterday has just got stronger within the day.
Second leg. It's Gert to throw first.
I suppose the
Game on.
only concern for Connor really, and the only question mark we've posed over his game so far this week, is just purely in fixture number 1.
76. $180.
Half a century of maximums this week. 85. But he won't go for another one now. The intention was, of course, to
99.
171 and get another go at that 3 bullseye 9 darter. You think he will continue to persevere with that? Do you think it's something that's in his mind, or at
42.
some point will he abandon it after too many failed attempts?
No, I think he's going to continue it. I think he's going to persist. He's got an idea, he's got a plan, and that's the most important thing.
58.
He's not just doing it on the spur of the moment. He's not just doing it when he feels like it. It is a plan. It is a routine. It's the way he goes for this. So he knows that before a dart is
100.
thrown, and then it's just can he
Connie require
execute the plan
164.
rather than what will the plan be. And it's when you're trying to work it out when you're playing and trying to work it out in the moment.
92.
That's when that little bit of doubt creeps in.
It would be interesting to see, say, if he did get the 6 perfect darts, then hits the first ball, but it lands
140.
really awkwardly,
Connie
and he's got 100 left
72.
for a 9 dart finish, whether he would move away. Right now he's got tops left.
32. Gert, you require 58.
As has his opponent,
Game
but
shot
he
on the
finds it
second
to level
leg.
this game
Gert de
up.
Vos. Third leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on. 96.
Following this, Colin Osborne against Ashley Coleman. He's kind of moved out of that race for first place and is in a race with this man for third place now, the Wizard. And the final fixtures of the day, DeVos Ham, Jameson Osborne and Coleman Scott. What a way to end
58.
Tuesday's Arrows Entertainment.
100. 58. 83. 180.
Third maximum of the game.
138.
2 in the favour of Connor Scott, who becomes
82.
joint biggest
Connor, you
180
require
hitter.
109.
The man he's joint with is the man he's on stage with him. 12 apiece for the week so far. After the opening 8 and a bit fixtures.
93.
That is a
You
good
require
return.
56. 36.
Big opportunity passed
Connor,
up
you
there
require 16.
by DeVos to break the throw.
Game shot on the
And
third
Scott
leg.
manages
Connor
to find
Scott.
double 8 to deny him a second opportunity.
They're the chances when
Fourth
you're
leg. It's got to
taking
go
on a
first.
player with the quality of
Game
Connor
on.
Scott that you feel you just got to take.
140.
Does look to have rediscovered the form he had in his first couple of matches here, DeVos. Not going to be an easy win this for
123.
Scott. Ashley Coleman made it look easy, didn't he, against DeVos just 2 games ago. 4-1, the league leader won.
83. 134. 100. 96. 55. Connor, you require 148.
Looks like a glorious guide. Couldn't use it.
92. Go, you require 123.
DeVos began the day with this finish, but he can't repeat the
55.
feat, so
Connor, you
Scott gets a
require
chance
56.
for 3-1.
36.
Same
Go, you
equation there
require
for Connor Scott,
68.
just like Gert DeVos in the last leg, missing tops and tens to get the breaker throw.
$36. Connor, you require 20.
But unlike Connor Scott, Gert DeVos not able to take the opportunity. Gives a second chance.
15.
May have to give a
Go, you
third if
require
Connor Scott
32.
is to confirm that breaker throw and put himself a leg away from the game.
Yeah, there'll be a real frustration creeping into the mind of Connor Scott at the moment. Now he's kind of hoping that he gets another chance. Can he put it right?
16.
He does get that
Connor,
chance.
you require 5.
Unexpected opportunity. No more
Game
missing.
shot on the fourth leg. Connor
No
Scott.
more messing from Connor Scott, who leads 3-1 and is within 1 of mirroring the
Fifth
scoreline
leg. It's Connor to
that
throw
Ashley
first.
Coleman got against DeVos,
Game
who we
on.
thought might be the man to halt either charge. Turns out he may halt neither.
60. 100.
It means, of course, that Scott would match that winning streak of Coleman, even though he lost to Coleman in his first match yesterday. Both players would be on 8-game winning runs.
97.
Coleman looking to extend his to 9 when he faces Colin Osborne in the match that follows this.
22. 140.
That could be the damaging blow, the hammer blow, because even a maximum here for Gert de Vos is still behind the darts.
64. 140. 100.
So 6 darts
Conor,
there
you
for
require
Conor Scott to
64.
get the job done and keep this main event clash on the horizon.
24. 60. Conor, you require 40.
Well, those planets will collide come the end of the
Game
day,
shot
and
and a
Conor
match.
Scott will carry
Conor
on his
Scott.
charge towards it. He makes it 4 from 4 today, 8 from 8 successive games, and 8 from 9 overall as he hops off the stage, ready for that showdown with Coleman come the end of the day. A 4-1 win against Gert de Vos. Coleman looking to respond and looking to remain undefeated. He takes on Colin Osborne after this short break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum. $18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there.
he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's time to find out if that collision course is going to be, as we sort of half predicted it might be, Ashley Coleman and Conor Scott looking to build on long unbeaten runs. Scott has managed to do so, only beaten by Coleman in the first game yesterday, so he's now on an 8-match winning streak. The same for Coleman, who's undefeated. And he's looking to make that 9 out of 9 if he can beat Colin Osborne here. And then they would go into that showdown at the end of the session to see who would be finishing day 2 top of the table.
First
laughing
leg,
at Colin, laughing
to
at the
throw
misfortunes
first.
there of Ashley Coleman. He dropped a dart, bent down, picked the dart up, threw the dart, dropped another dart, and the dart bounced out the board. He just gave up in the end and went and collected the darts. He said, I've had enough of this, and Colin saw the funny side.
100.
Yeah, get those out of the way in practice.
He's had a lot in the games, hasn't he? A lot of bounce outs, a lot of misfortune. It's not affected his results, but
45.
you feel with the likes of Colin Osborne, Connor Scott now his opponents, he's going to need every dart to count.
57.
Notice him having a good old look over the shoulder of Osborne then, just to see what he was producing.
135.
Some players have their eyes prized on the board at all times. Others prefer not to watch.
55.
Some like to look away when they're actually throwing the dart. In fact, any of you that have watched that
58.
little feature film featuring Simon Whitlock and his son Mason, the topic of no-look 180s was discussed. And Simon Whitlock said, not for me, have never done it, and never will do it.
59.
With his son Mason in the room who has done it.
$139.
He was a real big fan of the dynamic on that video, wasn't you? It's like coach/father in with a iron fist.
Yeah, also Mason himself talks about disagreeing with all the changes his dad makes to his darts. He's a real tinker, isn't he, with his equipment? It's really interesting. Worth a watch. At the end of this session,
84.
It's available here on the Modus Super Series YouTube
90.
channel. Do subscribe, and we can keep bringing you top quality content. Talking of top quality, there's a bit of it from Colin Osborne. Neat 90 finish in 2 darts to take the lead in this one.
And it's not been quality from Colin Osborne today, has it? It's been a little bit wayward. It's been lower than our expectations of Colin Osborne here at the Super Series. But maybe now he's coming up against one of the big hitters of the group, the man who's top. Maybe he's just got the bit between the teeth and he wants to be the man to stop
100.
Ashley Coleman, because Ashley Coleman wants to have that record. He wants to be the guy to go 15 for 15, and the one thing he don't want to be is one of the people that are on the hit list that gets beaten 3 times by him and gets referenced multiple times every time we talk about Ashley Coleman doing that feat.
100.
Worth mentioning, actually, while we're on the subject, that Ashley Coleman features in the other episode of On the Hockey, available to watch. That's a new series which looks into the lives and stories of darts personalities. The first episode was with his friend, the darts referee.
40.
As Colin Osborne does the Robin Hood there. Did see it doing the rounds recently, the Rob Collins Robin Hood, when he Robin Hooded
96.
both darts. Yeah, the darts referee. Now, a huge name in darts social media, a YouTuber, Coleman's friend, helped him really rise to prominence. If it wasn't for him, he probably wouldn't have played at the Super Series yet. He's here for the 3rd time and possibly
69.
on course to winning the group.
Colin, you require 161. $89. Ashley, you require 36. Game shot on a second leg. Ashley Coleman.
Drama free so far from Ashley Coleman.
3rd leg. It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Here's him who needs to get the break to win this match.
60.
It's been a day of one-sided affairs, really. No game has gone the distance. 4-3.
140.
Coleman has been particularly convincing in his matches. Wins
140.
4-0, 4-1 and 4-1.
140. 100. 57.
First to a finish on the Osborne throw. But the Wizard will be sat on something
139. Ashley
a lot
require
more gettable.
164.
Depending on this first dart, that's when you start to
43.
question, should the
Colin, you
last dart have been
require
at the ball
62.
25 target to guarantee that 2 darts?
44.
Forces you
Ashley,
to have to hit a
require
treble with that first dart, or else
121.
you're only getting the 1 dart of the double, which is what Colin got on that occasion, but he will come back with a handful
57. Colin, you require 18.
at one of the more least popular doubles.
No score.
I was just thinking
Ashley,
he's got to try and not be
require
attracted
64.
to those 2 darts, and that's exactly what happened there. Had the other half of the bed available. Couldn't avoid the
Game
darts
shot
that
on
were
the third
there.
leg. Ashley
And
Coleman.
Coleman does get that break with a helping hand from Osborne.
So
Fourth
solid,
leg,
isn't he,
it's
this
Ashley
week?
to
This is
throw
a step
first.
forward for
Game
Ashley
on.
Coleman. This is a step up in regards to what we've seen from him before, whether that was the start of the
100.
year when he was at Q School, his Challenge Tour efforts, his efforts here at the Super Series. Gameplay.
40.
Yes, he put in a few good averages along the way, but the ability to play a game in the moments, the important shots,
125.
when you've got a dart in your hand and that's all you've got, the 1 dart, 1 opportunity, he's starting to take those chances. And then when you're doing those, you're going to start going up that Challenge Tour order of merit, get some Pro Tour invitations.
100.
Could be looking at someone here who's a very big danger in around about 4 to 5 months' time when Q School
85.
comes round once again. He did make it through to stage 2 where he picked up 3 points. Doesn't need to go much better than that to be in the tour card mix.
140. $42. $100.
Osborne
Ashley
trying to
require
bite back. This
149.
leg's in the balance.
89. Colin, you require 121. $42. Ashley, you require 60.
You can see
20.
why he was aiming where he was
Colin, you
aiming, but
require 79.
not quite close enough. Double 11.
57.
That was an
Ashley, you
awful,
require 40.
awful final attempt.
Game shot on the
Coleman.
4th leg. Ashley Coleman.
Claims tops to open up a buffer and remains on course
5th leg. It's Colin to throw
for
first.
back-to-back
Game on.
perfect days.
Colin frustrated there because he'll feel he had opportunities here. He'll feel he could be in front. Maybe feels he should be in front
125.
rather than could be.
$93.
No 180s in the game yet.
Do you feel it would be a game that would have one somewhere along the line? Ashley
95.
Coleman hit 10 so far across his 8 and a bit games. Colin Osborne, 9.
And it seemed like every time he's hit one today, he's hit another in the very
140.
next visit, Ashley Coleman. Wouldn't advise doing that in this leg.
60.
Well, there may not be much time for 180s. Ashley Coleman
134.
halves his score. He's down to a finish after 9. Osborne in big, big trouble.
$41. Ashley, you require 134.
For another convincing, comprehensive win.
58.
Ashley Coleman will return, needing 76.
28.
checking it out,
Ashley
looking in
requires
hope, and
76.
ends up leaving himself loads to do.
36.
Coleman leaves himself much more handy.
Colin, you require
3 darts for the
152.
match if Osborne can't take out what would be his biggest finish of the week so far.
$136.
Well, he
Ashley, you
ran it
require
close.
40.
But nobody
Shot and the match,
can get
Ashley
close
Coleman.
to Coleman. It is another emphatic win for Ashley Coleman. 4-1 once again. He remains undefeated. 9 from 9 from the Prince of Darkness, who is going to go into that final game of the day against Connor Scott, looking to go through the card for the second successive day. He's won his last 9. Scott has won his last 8. That is coming up to close today's session, but 2 games before it, Jameson against Osborne, and next, DeVos versus Ham.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who were around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match,
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared.
Yes, you beauty! Nice and high, and he's now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
I feel a lot less nervous than last time.
Can you remember what I said, Mason?
You said stop moving your body.
No, I said stop missing.
Sometimes I feel like I get more lucky if I wear my lucky trousers. Oh, I would love to play the World Cup.
Dab in there, that's it.
I think we would be incredible pairs partners in the World Cup one day.
Another one.
No, you're going to go for the 141.
Oh, really?
You're going to go for the 180.
Team 9-darter.
Yeah, it was an incredible experience.
Yeah, on the Oki, available now here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, At Home with the Whitlocks, featuring Mason Whitlock and his run here at the Super Series, and of course Dad Simon, former World Cup winner and European champion. Worth a watch, that one certainly is, and it's worth a watch for the rest of the day in the live action, because coming up at the end of this session, we are going to have 2 players on a collision course, one on a 8-match winning streak, one on a 9-match winning streak. The curtain closer of today is not to be missed, but do stay with us between now and then. Gert de Vos and Ricardo Ham, who has got the complete opposite problem here,
40.
Ricardo Ham, because he is on a 9-match losing streak and determined not to make it 10. Can you find any
100.
cause for optimism for Ham, Matthew Edgar?
Yeah, he's played better. The grouping's better. It's been improved.
105.
Has it been improved enough? I think
60.
the biggest worry for me is his doubling. He's had opportunities, he's had chances, but when it comes tight at the back end of a leg, he tends to go a bit wayward.
94.
It tends to be best for Ricardo when he gets time at the back end of a leg, and I don't think he's got the scoring power to get too far ahead of de Vos.
24.
Do you know where I think he went wrong this week?
Not bringing his pig shirt.
Yep, you read my mind.
85.
As silly as that sounds, I reckon there is some stock in that, because it tells you that he's not just being himself,
31.
he's trying to be a little bit, as his friends described, more professional, rather than just turning up and being
24.
who you are, wear what you want and do what you want. And ironically, I find it quite interesting when you look at what the professionals do wear. You know, Peter Wright has a multicoloured mohawk and all sorts of different coloured trousers.
137. Ricardo, you require 146.
Next time, Ricardo, we expect to see it.
86. Gert, you
Gert
require
de Vos is
16.
called Foxy, and there's no fox on his attire, is there?
Game shot on the first leg.
But there
Gert
is
de Vos.
another leg in the ledger for de Vos, who would be expected to win this game.
Second leg. It's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
Just looking at the results today as well, we've only
66.
seen one swing result, haven't we? That was de Vos beating Colin Osborne. Everything else has been repeated from yesterday so far.
140. $55.
Amazing to think that the bookies still had Colin Osborne as shorter price to win the group than Ashley Coleman before today. He's now 10 points behind him.
95.
In fact, if results go the wrong way for Osborne in the last match, he won't be able to win the group mathematically.
100.
I think a lot of tomorrow and a lot about who wins the group could come down to how the fixtures play tomorrow in regards to that sort of scoreboard pressure.
182.
Coleman starts with de Vos and then Osborne.
78. Gert, you require 86.
Doesn't meet Scott till his penultimate game, game 10. Could go a long way.
54. $98. Gert, you require 32.
So another go at double 16. Could collide off that.
No
Went
score.
for the air shots and neither
Ricardo,
managed
you
to
require
find the target.
104. $56. Gert, you require 32. Game shot on a second leg. Gert de Vos. Third leg. It's Gert to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I mentioned there that Colin Osborne could be mathematically out of it. Of course, so could Gert de Vos, but you'd have to lose this game to Ricardo
17.
Ham, which is looking increasingly unlikely. But if that were to happen and Osborne lost and Coleman won, then only Coleman and Scott could
41.
win the group. Realistically, it's going to be between those two, isn't it? And it looks like a battle between Osborne and de Vos to reach Group B.
98. 140. $78.
Reminder, Coleman remains on course to be the first to go through the card in the group,
100.
in this group. 15 from 15, a possibility still. Ricardo Ham hoping to avoid losing 15 from 15. That's only been done by a couple of players.
60.
I won't name them, but before you ask, Matt, no, Glenn Durant played in Group B.
100. $28. Ricardo, you require 120. $80.
He hasn't taken that out, but he does still have a big break chance here.
DeVos,
140. Ricardo, you require
slight look at the
40.
board there as if to say, where have you been all this time? But nothing's for certain with Ricardo Ham.
Shot on
Well,
a third
it is
leg,
now.
Ricardo Ham.
It's a leg on the board. And a break a throw. That essentially gets us back to game on position.
Fourth flag. It's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
Kurt DeVos just gives me the same sort of
85.
vibes of that last week we saw with Mike Warburton. Someone who's sort of playing okay,
58.
missing a couple of opportunities, will probably go away feeling frustrated and hard done by, but then could go into potentially a Group C
94.
race and just dominate the field.
$23. $92. $81.
I can see in the chat people already getting
100.
excited for the Connor Scott versus Ashley Coleman game coming in our last game of the afternoon session.
60. Ricardo, you require 130.
And so you should.
84.
Well, there was no real requirement to go that route for Ricardo, but no harm done.
25. Ricardo, you require 46. Game shot on the fourth
And it
leg.
is all
Ricardo
square,
Ham.
so the opportunity remains alive for a first win, for some first points.
Fifth leg. It's Gert to throw first. Game on.
It's encouraging though for Ricardo Ham as well, because
57.
he's been getting down to finishes, just not being clinical enough. Certainly in the setup play, there was that
60.
leg earlier on, wasn't there, when he wanted 60 points. He threw one off the board, one in the 5, then the 15, ended up not even getting a dart at the double.
38. $92.
I'm getting a few concerned expressions from Kurt DeVos.
77.
Saw sort of a wry smile when Ham took the previous leg. Now, DeVos just looking a little bit worried about some of the darts he's throwing in this game. It is a real
99.
slide, this, isn't it, in terms of standard?
All day long, he kicked off the day with an average of 100 and 1.90, and it's been on the slide all day.
96.
101, second game 87, third game 83, fourth game 78, and right
118.
now 72.
Ham may get his chance.
63. Ricardo, you require 132.
Well, he will get his chance to break the throw.
92.
Unless
Gert, you require
DeVos
170.
can find the biggest finish of the lot, which he won't.
96. Ricardo, you require 40. $20. Gert, you require 74.
For the first time in a long time, Ricardo Ham was starting to see the horizon getting a lot closer. Starting to see the finishing line.
42. Ricardo, you require 20.
This will tell us a lot about how ready he is. Already missed 3 clear at tops. And then 3
15.
more at other
Gert, you
targets.
require 32.
Hasn't been to 3 legs since early yesterday.
Game shot
And
on
as
fifth
DeVos who
leg.
gets there
Gert
first in
DeVos.
this one, Ham has missed a golden opportunity.
Sixth leg. It's Ricardo to throw first.
I've got to say it
Game on.
again. He's had opportunities in games. He's had chances, just not been able to capitalise.
140. $100. $140.
He has tidied up the scoring. But it's the misses at the wrong times.
81.
On the outer ring. 10 darts missed in this game. At doubles by Ricardo Ham, who has outscored DeVos for most of the match.
60. $98. Ricardo, you require 161. $60. $100. Ricardo, you require 101.
It's not been
69.
picture perfect here from
you
Gert
require
DeVos, but he's got a chance to get the
122.
job done and get the points, which could be vital come the end of this campaign, but low again. That has been the miss here for DeVos.
106. Ricardo, you require 32. Game shot on a sixth leg.
No miss
Ricardo
for
Ham.
Ricardo Ham. We go the distance, and for the first time today, Ricardo Ham reaches
Seventh
a
and final
last
leg. It's Gert to throw
opportunity.
first. Game on.
Yeah, and the first time today that we've been to a deciding leg in any of the 13 fixtures.
121. $60.
Well, that was a huge reaction, that, to one bad dart. from DeVos.
118.
But he managed to calm himself down.
I think it's the backlog of
60.
missed opportunities and bad darts that have come in this game for DeVos there, showing themselves.
I think he'd be really annoyed as well if he only came out of
115.
today with the same record as yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely, especially after that good win early on
135.
against Colin Osborne.
Yeah,
But he's
you
got
require
time on his side here, at least
147.
6 starts for the 147. We're thinking just one treble here. Take a big bite out of the score.
41. $123. Gert, you require 106.
Cut the score in half, but it should have been so much better, so much bigger. Is that as close as Ham is going to come?
86.
We'll get a look at the
Ricardo,
1, 2,
you
3.
require 123.
And it's gone already. No opportunity. Just makes Gert DeVos's life a little bit easier.
83. Gert, you require 20.
Double 5.
Game shot.
And Ricardo Ham
Gert de Vos.
ends a second straight day with no wins to his name. It's De Vos who gets the victory in that one. The Belgian makes it 3 from 5 on Tuesday, building on 2 wins yesterday. Had to work hard against Ham in that one. Ham actually had the higher average in the game and got to 3 legs for only the second time in the last 2 days. But ultimately is beaten and remains on no points at the bottom of the table. Everything is gearing up towards that quality curtain closer when Coleman takes on Scott in a race for first place. But coming next, Steve Jameson against Colin Osborne. So 2 games left to go, and well, we're all getting very excited about the last one, but there's an important game here for Colin Osborne in particular because he needs to stay with the pace of Gert de Vos, who's moved on to 10 points and therefore ahead of him in the table. Osborne can move back ahead, but on the same amount of points if he gets a victory against Stephen Jameson in this one, and it's going to be crucial come the end of tomorrow. Remember, the third place player goes into Group B and has a better percentage chance of qualifying for finals night, where Osborne has been many times before.
First leg,
As for
it's
Stephen Jameson, well, this is all new to him. It's his debut, and he has managed to get 2 wins, both of them against Ricardo Ham. So I suppose the next step for him is to get a victory against somebody else in this group.
100.
I've actually been really impressed with Stephen Jameson today in regards to the level he's played compared to yesterday. He's certainly put a good few points on his averages.
140.
Looking a little bit more threatening. He's getting more opportunities. Just yesterday it felt like he was a visit behind.
43.
Today it just feels like he's a dart behind. Certainly starting to get a little bit closer to the required standard.
100.
Pretty much resigned to Group C campaign for the rest of the week, himself and Ricardo Ham. They will join Carl Coleman Stuart Kellett and Tom Cromwell, 2 of those debutants, so likely to have 4 debutants in that group. And Kellett's only been here once before. Whoever falls
95.
in between DeVos and Osborne, it's not going to be a disaster, is it? They really fancy their chances in that group.
No, absolutely. It'll be a wide open group, and it'll be a group of opportunity for someone to come through and sort of get themselves into a finals night.
I'm just doing some repairing there. Colin Osborne, little pit stop. He's on a one-stop strategy in this game. There's a lot of fiddling going on, making sure it's all present and correct. And now a little exchange between himself and Stevie Jamieson. I think you want to change it back, Colin. Yeah, Group B
28.
will be an interesting one because it's going to have either Coleman or Scott, either Osborne or DeVos. And then Ron Muhlenkamp, Tony O'Shea and Fallon Sherrick.
92. Colin, you require 138. $58. Stephen, you require 146. $100.
Well, before that,
Colin, you
another day of
require
action in this
80.
group. 9:30 UK time tomorrow. Don't miss the climax. There's going to be a handful of little battles going on. Osborne's is with Gert
40.
DeVos for third place,
Stephen, you
seemingly.
require 46.
But his chances could be dented before tomorrow gets underway because Jameson here looking to land the first leg.
10.
And he's really unfortunate
Colin, you
there. 2
require
darts
40.
resting on that wire.
I think that one of the first
shot on
times
the
as well
first
we've
leg.
seen
Colin Osborne.
visibly Stephen Jamieson a little bit frustrated, disappointed.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. $45. $98. $95. $95. $100.
Victory here for Osborne would make that little mini battle, wouldn't it, regarding him and Gert DeVos for that Group B place. Certainly if Connor Scott was to get the victory in the last, it'd keep Osborne and DeVos both 8 points away
You require
on
170.
top in the table. Another one of those. We have seen
105.
Stephen Jamieson put in a big finish,
Colin,
the
you require
160.
136.
Did that yesterday on his debut day.
$96. Stephen, you require 65. Game shot on the second leg.
Missed 2
Stephen
darts to hold his
Jameson.
throw in the opening leg. He won't miss 2 in this. A level game. 15 darter
Third
there
leg,
for
it's Stephen
Jameson.
to throw first.
And the
Game on.
worrying day continues for the Wizards.
Yeah, it's only one win.
140.
And that came against Ricardo Ham. Real reversal of fortunes for Colin Osborne. He was very much in
100.
contention at the top of the table when the day started. That has now slipped from his grasp in all reality.
140.
Backs up the 140 with another. Stephen Jameson continuing to improve here at the Super Series.
140.
Starting to really show why he won that qualifier
100.
and earned his place here at the Super Series.
$26.
Look, it's back
Stephen,
at
you
the
require
15 darter of the last with
121.
something very similar, if not better, with the darts.
32.
Just maybe got a little overexcited there at the prospect of a dozen dart leg. He'll settle again for the 15, no doubt about that. And he might even get more than that.
45. Stephen, you require 89.
Didn't need to go for the 20 and the bullseye there with
41.
Osborne. Stranded back on 190, but he's making a bit of a mess of this here. Jameson's had 6 darts from 121, and he's yet to get down to a double.
180.
Only one reason he did
Stephen, you
that.
require 48.
That was to put pressure on this man. Look at the smile. Colin Osborne knows what he's doing. Has it worked? Has it worked?
16. Colin, you
Well, he
require
didn't throw the dart
10.
badly, did he?
Five. Stephen, you
Now
require
it's Colin's
32.
turn to miss a few darts at the double. Can Jameson take advantage? One more dart, a double 8.
24.
The reason he's
Colin, you
laughing, I think, is
require
because
5.
obviously chose for the 180 to put pressure on Jameson. He ended up putting pressure on himself, didn't he, by leaving a more dangerous double. There are no more dangerous doubles than double 1.
3.
And he can't find that either.
Stephen,
So
you
after the
require
maximum
8.
setup, he's ended up leaving 2.
Game shot on the third leg.
The interesting
Stephen
thing there
Jameson.
for Stephen Jameson is he got down to a finish in 3 visits, and it took him 5 visits to do the last
Fourth leg,
121
it's Colin to
points.
throw first.
The beauty of
Game
that,
on.
though, is Colin Osborne wasn't able to capitalise. Jameson halfway to his first victory this week against anyone
95.
not named Ricardo Ham.
$100. $85.
Yeah, he's the only one without any points to his name. They've all been eating ham for breakfast, lunch and tea. Or dinner, as I'm told I have to call it now. I'm down south.
$7.
Not having a ham supper as well.
36. $99.
Well, what will be the targets for Ricardo and Stephen is, I mean, we might be in the middle of one for Stephen right now, just as you say,
68.
beating someone who isn't Ricardo. But for Ham, I think he'd probably be happy just ending this group with 1 win, wouldn't he?
It's getting to that point now for him, isn't it? But it's tough to see where it's going to
65.
come from at the moment because the level just not quite there at the moment for Ricardo Ham. Steve Jameson is giving us signs. He's been giving us warnings.
81.
We've been
Colin,
seeing
you
them throughout the day
require
because he
150.
keeps getting down to shots like this and having a poke at the shots like the 116. He's going to get another go here. And at some point, he's going to take one of these sort of
86.
shots
Stephen, you require 116.
in a game like this and open up a gap.
100. Colin, you require 64.
Top cent.
44.
And there could be a gap
Stephen, you
opened up
require
here.
16.
Be a really nice end to the
Game
day,
shot
wouldn't
on
it,
the
for
fourth
Steve
leg,
Jameson as
Stephen
well, because
Jameson.
he had to struggle through the early part, playing well but not getting any luck, getting no results,
leg,
running
it's
into
Stephen to throw
opponents at the
first.
peak of their powers.
Game on.
But then getting that win over Ham and now potentially backing it up with one against Colin Osborne that would be something for him really to hang on to going into tomorrow.
57.
And also the confidence boost that those are two players that could be going into Group C with him. So having beaten them both
58.
makes him feel that he's going to be a contender at the top end of that table.
Has to be said, though, this isn't something that's come completely out of the blue. There have been warning signs of this throughout the day.
24.
Colin Osborne only picking up the one victory so far today. That was against Ricardo Ham. Soundly beaten in all of his other fixtures. Been struggling in the 70s for the
100.
majority of the day. I don't think this would be completely out of the blue if Jameson was to get the job. It would be an upset. It would be a great win for the
80.
CV and for the week of Jameson, but I don't think it's something that you could say has come from nowhere.
$80.
I also think the same can be said for Osborne, but in the opposite way, that the below par performance has been a consistent
60.
theme of the day. You called it, you felt that DeVos was probably performing better than Osborne yesterday without getting as good a record, as good a return.
99.
In fact, if Jameson wins this match, then Osborne will go down as the second worst player today.
125. Colin, you require 164.
Probably a bad time to make
shot
that
on
point,
fifth
wasn't it?
leg, Colin Osborne.
As Colin Osborne slams in a 164. There's always a little bit of magic
Sixth
in
leg is
reserve
Colin to
when it
throw
comes to the
first.
Wizard.
Game on.
That takes the best finish of the week so far. It was previously owned by Steve Jameson, who gave us that delightful 160 finish.
59.
I have to say with Osborne, he is an experienced operator, the most experienced
58.
operator in this tournament by far this week. And we've seen it many times where he's had a bad day and it hasn't affected the week for him. In fact, I remember a Group A campaign.
60.
Might have been his last one where he won all 5 on Monday, lost all 5 on Tuesday, then won all 5 again on Wednesday.
58.
It's just the way it goes here when you're in that practice room sometimes at this venue here in the live lounge. It's a different sort of environment.
100.
And a lot of it can often pin on that first or potentially the first 2 games in how it sets you up for the day, how you feel.
40. $60.
Stephen Jameson would have the darts if we do go the distance, which is looking more and more likely
57.
as the game continues.
Well, that's what he could see.
140.
And Osborne is making his move.
100. Colin, you require 82. $42.
Are we seeing something similar to what we saw from Ham in the previous match, or is this all about Osborne's increasing quality?
55.
The horizon
Colin, you
there, not
require
quite sure how
40.
to get towards it.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. Last leg, should we go there? Osborne very wayward on the doubles again, dropping them low.
30.
And double five's
Stephen,
not
you
where you want to
require
be when you've been struggling with
133.
darts going low.
Particularly when he struggled on that double earlier in the match. Not usually
40.
one to have a thought about
Colin, you
splitting,
require
but
10.
match management, that could be a choice he could make here. Does go low on the double five. So it's double two. Can't find it.
6.
Match point
Stephen,
here,
you require
Stephen Jameson.
93.
Gone aggressive.
Game shot.
And a
and the
sizable
match,
upset
Stephen
here in the last
Jameson.
game for Stephen Jameson at the Super Series. He's got a victory on the board against anyone other than Ricardo Ham, and that is his 6th point of the campaign. He's happy about it for sure. A beautiful finish there to get him over the line, and a 4-2 success against a former PDC major finalist. But our final game is the big one. It's the men who are on an unbeaten run. Ashley Coleman taking on Connor Scott.
So the collision course is about to come to its conclusion. Ashley Coleman and Connor Scott, both on huge unbeaten runs. Those 9 out of 9 for Coleman. The only defeat for Scott against Coleman in the first match yesterday. So he's 2 points behind the league leader, but will go ahead of him if he manages to inflict the first defeat on the Prince of Darkness in this one. It is 9 successive wins for Ashley Coleman and 8 successive victories for Connor Scott. Something has got to give, and it will give in this final game of Tuesday's action here at the Modus Super Series.
Tough one to call. They've been trying to predict it for the last 25 minutes in the YouTube chat, which just goes to show how excited people are for this clash, and
First
it's a
leg,
clash
it's
that
Ashley
could
to throw
really
first.
set the
Game
destiny of this group. Coleman is to win this, he'll be 4 points clear going into day 2, and then he'll become the odds-on favourite to win the group.
100.
Well, when we sat with Ashley, we did talk about the prospect of this happening. Both he and Connor carrying on winning and going into the final game on massive unbeaten runs.
140.
Coleman remains absolutely unbeaten, having won all of his matches, including against Connor yesterday. And in that interview,
22.
he spoke about his ambition, his determination to be the first player to win every single game in a Group A campaign.
55.
He has the advantage of throw.
140. 93. 83.
This is, you feel, where the game may be decided in this sort of bracket, that setup shot, who leaves the better finish.
90. Ashley require 156. 100. Connor, you require 123.
He only needs the one treble here to get a dart at the ball. The dart at the ball it is.
Game
And that's
shot on the
all he
first
needs. A
leg. Connor
big,
Scott.
big moment in a big, big game from a big, big player. Connor Scott breaks the throw.
Second leg, it's Connor to
Has
throw
remained
first.
favourite
Game
to
on.
top this group and book that Saturday spot, despite never doing it in the main Modus Super Series, and despite the fact that Ashley Coleman has won every game.
180.
They've got a real difference in
60.
attitudes. Coleman declaring he wants to win all of the matches. Connor Scott was rather modest when we spoke to him before play yesterday. Asked him if he fancied his
40.
chances. He said no.
See,
modest or defeatist?
Yeah, I'd like to see a bit more. I said it yesterday. I'd like to see a bit more from Connor
60.
Scott in that department. I'm sure he believes in his ability, but I think sometimes when you're sort of telling the tale from
91.
sort of the opposite side of it, essentially you're already sort of opening yourself to that, I don't want to say this in case it doesn't happen sort of
140.
mentality, which means you believe it could happen. And ultimately you need to get yourself to a point where even if you're the only person who believes
90.
it's going to happen, that's enough.
Well, the opportunity is on here for Connor Scott, who's made the better start to the
60.
game. Of that,
Connor,
there's
you
no
require
doubt.
100.
Looking for a 100 finish to go with the 1-2-3. Double 16 will get it in.
68.
No need to stress about the miss.
127. Connor, you require 32. No score. Ashley, you
He
require
did the hard work,
54.
taking out the big 1-2-3 finish to break the throw. Was unable
shot on
to
a
do the
second
more
leg.
simple
Ashley
task of hitting
Coleman.
the double 16, and Ashley Coleman says thank you very much.
Third leg, it's Ashley to throw first.
Brilliant 1-2-3
Game
finish
on.
to start, as you say, and then 4 missed starts at double. Coleman cancels out
59.
the immediate break.
$91. 58. 140. 180.
Second maximum of the game, one apiece.
26. 40.
Connor Scott just looking a little bit more animated, a little bit more pace in the walk than what we've seen at other points throughout the day.
95. Ashley, you require 164. 98. Connor, you require 149. 57. Ashley, you require 66.
What's the route for 66? It's the approved route, the standard route.
57.
But not a
Connor, you
successful
require
route.
92. Game shot on a third
The
leg.
16
Connor
was the
Scott.
target that caused Connor Scott problems in the last leg. It caused him no problems here, as he once again breaks the
Fourth
throw of Ash
leg. It's
Coleman.
Connor to throw first.
Gritting
Game
the
on.
teeth here. Connor Scott knowing how important this could be to Group A success.
I actually think this is a
100.
massive, massive match because, well, they would be level on points, wouldn't they, if Scott won it? But you go ahead in the table. If
140.
Coleman wins it, there'd be a 4-point gap, which is pretty big going into a final day, especially when that player's unbeaten. But I actually think in this instance,
131.
the focus of Ashley Coleman of winning all of his matches is helping him. I think there are other times when players can focus on something like that and it becomes a
140.
distraction. I fear if he loses this game, we could see a few more defeats follow tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point, because sometimes you start to
139.
sort of develop smaller goals within the goal, and you follow the story of the week and the table, where
120.
if Coleman is to go
Connor, you require
15
131.
from 15, it doesn't matter. And while that goal's still on, it doesn't matter what the league table says, or it doesn't matter how important a fixture is, because he's not
111.
following the table.
Ashley, you require 101.
This may need to go. It's not going to go. Connor Scott is going to get the chance to move
57.
too clear and
Connor,
within
you
one
require 20.
of inflicting the first defeat on Coleman. We've seen him miss clear darts earlier in the match. He's missed
10.
3 more.
Ashley, you require 44.
Can't drive home the advantage. Missing darts on throw. And
Game
once
shot on
again,
the fourth
Ashley
leg.
Coleman
Ashley
steps
Coleman.
in. Gets the breaker throw. All 4 legs going against the darts. That is a sign
Fifth
of a
leg.
tense,
It's Ashley to throw
nervous
first.
battle.
Game on.
Got the advantage of throw back. It hasn't counted for anything yet in the match.
100. $57. $86.
And this game drawing great attraction
140.
from the audience, including last week's winner, Adam Paxton, watching on, enjoying it.
140.
Congratulations, Adam. I'll see you again on Champions Week. And to come through that particular week was impressive.
59.
Oh, absolutely. And the style in which he did it, what a roller coaster of a journey he went on. I'm sure he didn't spend too many hours of
91.
Sunday actually being awake. I would have slept for days after that.
$134. Ashley, you require 84.
Not much between them, but it's a couple of darts at double 12 for Ashley Coleman.
72.
Misses both.
Connor, you require 111. $79. Ashley, you require 12.
Connor's had first poke at a double in every single leg so far. He'll probably feel he could have been off the stage with a 4-0
10.
win, but Ashley
Connor,
Coleman
you require 32.
actually returning the
Game
favour.
shot on the fifth leg. Connor Scott.
Connor Scott, for the 5th time, breaks the throw.
Sixth leg. It's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Break, 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 break.
57.
Who can hold their nerve and their throw?
42.
If Scott manages to do it here, then it will be a perfect day for him. The Coleman unbeaten run will be ended, and Scott
108.
will extend his own winning streak to 9 matches.
Beautiful, tight, compact maximum there
100.
for Connor Scott. He's looking to hold his throw for the first time here.
$56.
Coleman can't leave a finish, but he can certainly get himself back within
100.
range. He needs Connor Scott to make mistakes from here, but it's not been a faultless performance so far from Connor. Certainly when it's come down to
100.
the winning doubles.
$139. Connor, you require 108.
Oh, how's he found that?
88. Ashley, you require
Misses the chance to win the match,
120.
but he makes Coleman take this out. And he's not going to.
100. Connor, you require 20.
Double five. Oh, drama. Drama,
No
drama,
score.
drama.
Ashley, you require 20.
Every time Connor Scott's had the darts, he's done the same thing. He's had a handful to hold. He's got another go.
No score.
That was a
Connor,
furious
you
start from
require
Coleman. The
20.
frustration boiling over. He earmarked the perfect record in the
Game
group,
shot and the
but
match.
it's Connor Scott
Connor Scott.
who enjoys the perfect day. A first defeat inflicted on Ashley Coleman, and Scott moves top of the table with that win. Both players on 18 points, only defeated by each other. Scott by Coleman in the first match of yesterday, Coleman by Scott in the last match of today. A really dramatic darting duel which saw breaks aplenty, but it means that Connor Scott completes the card, and we will hear from the man with the perfect record on Tuesday in a few moments' time. Stay with us. Well, this time yesterday we chatted to the player who had won every single match. Today we're going to do that again, but it's a different player, Connor Scott. Good battle with Ashley there, all sort of ending in that final game. Just sum up how you feel about that match and your day in general.
I feel good about my day in general. I think I let it slip a little bit yesterday. I missed a few chances. And the same in that one to get a bit of a better scoreline for myself. I've come into this week fairly confident, not outwardly so, but inwardly so, just to not ruffle feathers and things. I felt I could have won that one 4-1, 4-0, just because I was breaking him so heavily each time. But when your brain sort of ticks in, I was letting him break me back each time after, and it was almost like a fighting a losing battle. I was very lucky that Ashley missed then, otherwise I would have had to have potentially broke him, was that 4 times on the bounce for the breaks, which is, that shouldn't happen in a game of darts, really, like 4 breaks in a row. But
do you feel that was just down to the importance of the match? Do you think it was a must-win match? He would have been 4 points clear. Instead, you're level going into the final day.
Yeah, definitely. Not just for myself, but for all the other players in the group as well. Like, if someone's running through the card 2 days in a row, same as James Wilson done against me when I was down here previously. I think he beat me twice in a row, maybe 3 times in a row. I just couldn't seem to get the win against him, so I was very much determined not to let that happen again. But if there's a player in that room that runs through the card twice, it makes it very, very hard, not just for myself, but for everyone else. Everyone in that room is very capable watching the practice darts of beating Ashley, beating myself. So it takes a lot of weight off of their shoulders as well, because it helps qualification for Group Bs or winning the group and things like that, because they know he can be beaten.
And Matt, we were sat here with Ashley yesterday. He was talking about not just going through the card again today, but doing it for the whole group. How big a sort of confidence dent has Connor just inflicted on Ashley there?
I don't think it'll dent his confidence too much, but I think it may distract him a little bit now from the goal. It's very easy to come in and go, right, I'm going to do 15 from 15, and that's the target, that's the goal. And when that goes, now what he's got to do, he's got to try and win the group. But to win the group now, he's got to reflect on the table. Until you lose, you know where you are in the table. You're at the top. And it doesn't matter what anybody else is doing. Until you lose, you're at the top. He's now lost, so he's got to look at that now. He's got to look at the legs. He's got to look at the points. And he may get drawn into a battle that maybe he's not familiar with. He may start looking around the room. That player's in that position. I need to beat this guy. This guy needs to beat that. And you get distracted by the stories. And those stories just add pressure when you go on that stage.
Speaking of personal targets, there's one of your own, isn't there, here at the Super Series? We saw it again today. That 9-darter with the 3 treble 20s, the 3 treble 19s, and then finishing on 3 balls. We're looking at it here. Did you think this was going to be the one?
I did, mainly because against Stephen, before it started and before Jack got up on stage to do the refereeing, I was actually practicing on the bullseye beforehand. So I think I'd hit 3 balls beforehand up there already. So I thought, if it's ever going to go, it's going to go now. Like you'll see after the 3 treble 19s here, I almost have a little moment with myself. Rather than rushing straight back after Stephen throws, you'll see me, like I normally do, drying my hands on my towel. Like I'll go from here and I'll go back over just to sort of calm myself down a little bit, just to try and make sure I've got the best opportunity for it. Obviously I messed it up, but I
mean, it's a narrow miss. Did you feel like it was maybe going in, that first one, when it left your hand?
I did feel like I thought, right, if the first one goes in, nice and high sort of thing, then I was like, right, I've got a great chance here. But for me, it's not even like a cocky, flashy way of doing a 9. It's a 9-darter no one's ever gonna forget, which is why a few weeks ago you saw like Andreas Harrison and people like that trying it as well, because it's never going to be forgotten. If you can do a 9-darter and 3 bullseyes, no one's ever going to forget it. It's not even about becoming like breaking the internet or becoming famous or anything like that. It's just no one's ever going to forget that moment. Like, no matter what else I was to, like, what I do in darts from now, if I was to hit a bullseye on 3, like a 9-darter on 3 bullseyes, no one's going to forget that for a long time to come. And that's sort of the reason why I do it.
I did just want to talk to you as well about your counting in general, because we touched on it, the different ways you have of going, but myself and Matt have been watching in comms how early in a leg you start counting, and that's really important. Do you think that sort of gives you an extra edge on a lot of players?
Yeah, it can. It can definitely give me an extra edge, but on the sort of, it's a double-edged sword. Like you can do that leaving 344, 347, 350 after 6 or whatever. Then you can put your pressure on yourself to hit that 180, 177 to try and leave yourself a shot after. So you've got to be a little bit differently built, where you're not worrying so much about hitting that 180 after to potentially leave a 12. So you've really got to be relaxed while you're doing it, because if you're setting yourself up for it, you're almost saying, right, I'm going to hit a 180 next shot and leave myself a finish, and I'm going to get a chance at it. If you're not doing that, you need to sort of not take the confidence from not hitting that 180 and leaving yourself a finish. Sort of, because not a lot of people count like that, so you should give yourself chances here and there.
I'm fully in the camp that Connor Scott is here, and I find it frustrating sometimes when you watch seasoned campaigners go up and we talk about the evolution of the game and the percentages and now the difference between the levels. When you see people outside the top 32 winning major titles now, you've got to look at that advantage in terms of a mathematical sense. And if you're only getting that 1 treble and you're using the 19s, a lot of the time you're going to be stuck on 342. You hit a 180, you're still 9 darts away from that 342. So you're still as beneficial in terms of a darting sense as being a 501 or 342. And that could be the big difference. So you've got to make that 180 count if it does come. And the evolution of the counting, a lot of people can learn from Connor.
And he's touched on confidence there. He spoke about, actually, at the start of this chat, inward confidence. We've been chatting about this. Maybe direct a little bit of your question at Connor, or maybe a bit of advice, because we'd like to see that confidence be a bit more outward, wouldn't we?
I certainly would. I mean, I'm definitely a little bit more in a practice room. I like to sort of, shall we say, assert it a little bit. Even if I don't fully believe it, I'm going to be in there giving it the mouth. And yeah, I'm more in that camp. Connor's completely the opposite. Maybe needs to find a balance somewhere between the two, just to sort of assert what should really be dominance that would be coming this week.
Just to touch on that a little bit for the confidence in the practice room. Since Ashley beat me first game yesterday, I've been playing, do you know Tons, 1st to 21? Yeah. I've been playing that game ever since that first game since then. And I think today I won 21-7, 21-5 and 21-10. Just to try and let him know that I can score, I can do what I can do. Just so for me, it's not a verbally putting my persona into the practice room, but I can do it on a dartboard. That's cool. I don't feel I don't feel like I'm being cocky doing that. But I can play tons. Like I played tons against like the likes of Stephen Bunting and Damon Hetter and people like that, and Chizzy, and I've beaten those guys at tons at the Pro Tour and stuff like that. So I know that's sort of my ball game. If I do need to get back into a group and someone does want to play practice games, I know that I can hold my own in those practice games, and that's the little bit of confidence boost that I can give to myself, and also just a little chip into someone else's psyche as well. Not trying to play tactics as such, but just letting them know and letting myself know that I can do this.
I can vouch it. Don't play this man at cricket. He's done me on this game myself, so yeah, do not play this man at cricket.
Trebles. I'm okay at trebles. Doubles sometimes a little bit iffy, but trebles I can do.
Trebles and doubles have been going pretty well today, and we'll just let you take a look at this. This is the league table, and it shows that you have climbed to the top.
Hooray!
Of it. Leg difference is the separation there. So look, it could come down to the match between you and Ashley tomorrow, but we have seen good stuff from Colin Osborne. We've seen decent stuff from Gert de Vos. Stephen Jameson's been improving as well today, so I'm assuming you won't be taking anything for granted tomorrow.
One to watch tomorrow will be Ricardo Ham. Just from how he's doing in the practice room, and it seems to be he's growing in confidence and comfortability every game he gets up there. If you watch someone like that's throw, you can tell he's been playing for a long time. He's had a 9-darter in an actual match before, away from here. He can really play the game. You can tell it on the practice board, and when he gets up there for his first few throws, you can sort of see it. It's just where he's missing, say like a 68 or an 84, he's missing that last darter double and not getting another chance. All he needs is maybe to get to that sort of 3-1 up sort of thing, and then he'll feel a lot more comfortable in himself. But you can see just by his throw and his demeanour, the guy can play darts and has played darts for a long time, so I think he'll be a dangerous one tomorrow for a lot of players.
But in terms of getting through to finals night from this group, it's between Connor and Ashley. What's it going to take to win this group tomorrow?
One little touch of class, and it's going to be decided in a couple of minutes. Par levels, there's not a lot between this group. It's all going to come down to just a couple of moments, a couple of throws, and that's all it's going to take, just in the right places.
Maybe even a special 9-dart finish. That could be the difference.
Maybe. I think there'll be a couple of spoilers tomorrow. I think Gert, Colin and Ricardo will be spoiling a few people's days tomorrow.
There we go.
Just from what I've been seeing.
You heard it here first. Connor, congratulations today. Brilliant day's play. Good luck tomorrow. Matthew, thanks for your company. And thank you for your company as well. The action gets back underway 9:30 a.m. as this group concludes. It is a collision course between Coleman and Scutt. But today, well, Connor Scutt let his darts do the talking.